Okay, just a sec. Come on. There he is. Much better. Welcome back, everybody. Apparently, it's my Twitch affiliate anniversary, and I didn't even notice that. Technically, I think that was yesterday. So I don't really have anything planned, but luckily what I was planning to do tonight anyway is kind of a big celebration thing-ish in-game, not like in real life. I'm doing dancer quests, so there'll be a lot of dancing, and then I was planning to do the masked Carnivale stuff for Blue Mage. So we're gonna be dancing and then putting on a show for the people. I suppose. I don't know, I might put something together to more like celebrate the actual affiliate anniversary. Possibly next week? Maybe. I don't know what I'm gonna do for it though, if anything. But tonight, we're doing a bunch of quests. And I guess Masked Carnivale is technically like a quest line. Whatever. Alright, let's get this going. I think I haven't touched any of the dancer quests since picking up the class. Yeah, so starting at 60, going through the full 60 to 70, and then 80, if they have an 80. I don't know if the dancer has an 80. Guess we'll see. So?
I've trained many a dancer in my day. Cannot recall ever having seen the crystal take to one of our new recruits so quickly. Truly, there is prodigious talent within you, just waiting to be untapped.
Huh? Okay, what phrasing there?
I never seen anything like it either. At this rate, he might even be able to challenge me for the position of Troop Falcium's Rising Star. Falcium's. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Anna. But yes, with our shine in our ranks, our ultimate goal might at long last be within reach. Before that, however, I should share with you the full details of our planned itinerary. As I may have mentioned, we have traveled to these shores for two purposes: to share our time-honored art with Eosians far and wide, and in doing so, to do our part to help heal any lingering scars left by the calamity.
This is very, very late, like 5 years later, for dancers to be going around looking for scars left by the calamity.
Laminsa here was the first stop on our tour of the realm. This leaves us with 4 destinations: Eldar, Gridania, Ishgard, and finally Alamigo.
But not Charlian, because that expansion wasn't out yet.
Yet Ishgard is still dealing with the repercussions of the Dragonsong War. Alamigo has but recently been liberated from their Garlean masters. I believe it would be best to put off our performances in those nations to such a time as we can be sure of our presence will be welcome. So by process of elimination, next 2 destinations in our tour are all but decided. However, there's another important matter we must attend to before we set off. Finding ourselves a patron willing to sponsor our jaunt across the realm, yes? Precisely. With what little coin remains in our coffers after the long journey, we could scarce afford to put on humble productions like the one Ashrine just witnessed. We must find someone who will spare no expense in helping us bring our art to every corner of Eorzea. Fortunately, I have learned of someone who might be suited to that role.
I also love that she's like some cheap little performance like what Ash just witnessed when I picked up this class like 6, 7, 8 months ago, and I have no idea what the performance was because it's been so long. I think it was just a little dance that they put on, or even I think just one of them put on.
An acquaintance of mine in these lands, a songstress no less. introduced me to an influential merchant who considers it his life's work to promote daring new forms of creative expression. The realm of Ooh. I wonder if it's the dude from Costa del Sol. Man in question is all but agreed to fund our tour, on one condition. Must grace him with a private performance, and he must deem it to be a true artistic evolution, unlike anything he's seen before. An artistic revolution? Sounds like an awfully tall order.
Yeah? And?
Indeed it is. After all, an aesthete of such renown has surely seen a Near Eastern dance or two in his day. So I asked myself, what could we possibly show this man that would truly awe and inspire him? Long did I struggle to come up with an answer, but no longer. Ashran, you will take the stage with Rana and transform into a full-fledged dancer before this man's very eyes. Yes, I call it a flower blooms on the battlefield.
Okay then.
Yes, it's all coming to me now. For the final act, Rana here will play the role of a formidable foe, unleashing a fearsome array of steps and twirls against you.
God, do I actually have to, like, fight her to seek duty?
You'll fend them off, retaliating with flourishes of your own, in a dramatic dance battle for the ages. Ashran and I take the stage together. My tail is tingling with excitement just thinking about it. And through our battle, we'll show our would-be patron that our art is more than just for show. It's positively perfect. Now, it's your first performance, but you needn't worry. Ashran and I will be right there with you. Just follow our lead. Let the music carry you. I'm sure our performance will knock this bigwig merchant's socks off. Rana speaks true. I would not have invited you into our ranks if I did not know you were capable of what I ask. And so let us not delay any further. Our audience awaits us in a place called, Costa del Sol.
It is him. Of course it's him. Which one was... Oh, my mind's completely blanking. I thought Costa del Sol had its own teleport. There it is. Like, my mind just shut down on me. Like, nope, you don't get to know where Costa del Sol is. It especially threw me off that I didn't see the teleport point right away. It was there, but I just missed it. Like, I thought it had its own teleport point. What am I...
How do I skip?
Hi, ladies. Oh. Oh.
Excellent. My two rising stars are here. We can finally get the show on the road. But first we should pay our respects to our patron-to-be, Master Gekaruju. Come with me.
Our patron-to-be. Yeah, pretty much expected. Hey, buddy.
Master Gekaruju, it is a pleasure and an honor to be invited to your lovely estate. I am Nashmera, leader and principal dancer of Troupe Fashion, and I stand before you today with two of my most promising proteges. Yes, welcome and all. Oh, take me. Is that you, Titan's Bane? Moonlighting is a dancer these days, are you? Must admit, I thought adventuring was more lucrative than that.
Yeah, well, I take up all the jobs, so you can find me doing just about anything here.
And you, when you're as wealthy as me, the best is a given. I won't be content with merely a masterful performance. I want to see something daring, something profound, something the likes of which this realm has never seen. Trust you're up to the task? We will let your eyes be the judge of that, Master Gegarushu. For today, Costa del Sol will be the venue for the inaugural performance of Troupe Faciam's newest production. I call it A Flower Blooms on the Battlefield.
Like, if there was any flower to bloom on the battlefield, it'd definitely be me. Here we go. Let's do it, Rada.
Your very first performance. And already you're taking center stage. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Your first opponent will be a training mannequin designed specifically to hone an aspiring dancer's skills. Breathe deeply, move with purpose, and it'll be a breeze. At the same time, always remember that the Kriegstanz is a dance of war. I know you're among friends here, but I want you to imagine yourself on the battlefield, leaping and twirling through a legion of foes. Now, let's lock this Master Gegarushu out of his 100,000 gil stockings. Ready when you are.
I've learned all dancer actions and traits to level 60. Actually, to level 90, minus 1 technical finish.
Detailed descriptions can be viewed in the Actions and Traits window, accessed under Character in the main menu.
Are you ready to be synced to level 60?
That's it. That fire in your eyes. This is the chance of our lifetimes. So let the same passion burn in your heart. Hold nothing back. Let the curtain rise. You still lack for experience, this I know. But take heart, for I have crafted this performance specifically to draw out your innate talent. Step by precious step. Follow my lead and you will feel yourself transforming into a full-fledged dancer before you even know it.
And I've been doing this for months. I already know what I'm doing.
Lose yourself in the music. Let the passion in your heart take over, and you will move as you have never moved before. Yes, you are the flower on this battlefield, and today you will blossom.
Don't know why they have, like, little mannequins that have to fight along the way, but whatever. Closed position. Choose me as your partner. Great. Chosen a partner. She's just dancing away. To invigorate them. You're dancing.
Trust me, follow my lead and Gegarushu will be all but putty in our hands. Show Gegarushu what you can do. Apologies for the delay, Master Gegarushu. Without further ado, behold as our flower blooms on the battlefield. It's time for a show. This is best be all I've heard it to be, lest you're not getting a single coin from me. There's no pressure. Alright, let's begin with the basics. Commence your dance. Make 2 standard steps, then top it off with a double standard finish.
Let's dance.
This is the famed Troupe Faciam. Gosh, your reputation was well deserved after all. But can you feel the power welling up from within you? Now it's my turn.
Okay, so she does the technical finish while I do the standard.
Feel the strength surging within you. Like this, use your partner to inspire and feed off one another to bring out the best in both of you. But we're just getting warmed up, aren't we? If you want to see more, so go ahead and show him what you've got. It's pretty astounding. I never knew that Eastern dancing was so alluring. Not bad at all. But you must show me more. More, I say. So see, Master Gagarushu is warmed up to you. Next, show him what you can do with this mannequin here. Behold, Master Gagarushu, my protege will now put on a show of this dancing doll. Watch as he fends off its mighty attacks. Oh, nothing like a good battle to get the blood pumping. Here you must dance to your own rhythm. Use your weapons to your advantage as well. Elegant and deadly. Yes, I do believe I approve. Well, that's what I call dancing. What's next? The show will go on, yes? Right, Dashra. We now Master Gagarushu right where we want him. It's time for you and Rana to take the stage together. Trust you are enjoying this show, and now we present to you the grand finale. Behold us, my two dancers clash in a display of dangerous beauty. Two dancers, you say? Now that's what I came to see. Come, my lovelies, and sweep me off my feet. You ready? Bubble ball is me together. Closely. Keep up with me. I've never seen such fantasy before. Coming shots. It's pretty interesting to watch a dancer on the battlefield. You really are just like dancing all over the place. You missed me. Let's finish. Inconceivable. I've never seen anything like them. Huzzah! Rana certainly had some interesting abilities. You sure that was your first time up on stage? I could swear I was watching a veteran up there. I couldn't take my eyes off you for a moment. But hey, my moves were nothing to sneeze at either, right? course, all the flashy lights were just for show. Set them up beforehand. Just to liven up our performance, you know?
she put pyrotechnics in before the fight for special abilities and stuff.
Enough about me. This was your day to shine. That meant me playing the villain for a day, so be it. Just proud to have played my part in helping your talents bloom. Now that was a sight to behold. A bold young man taking on one fearsome foe after the next, and transforming into a masterful dancer before my very eyes. Yes, I do believe I've not seen anything quite like it. Your words do us great honor, Master Gagarushi. Might we also count on you to loosen your purse strings and sponsor Troop Falcium on our tour across your fair realm? It's true, of course, that your troop deserves a far wider audience. Yet your performance moved me so that I just couldn't bear to part with you so soon.
God.
Let's say I found myself particularly smitten with the young kitten who played the villain's role. Gagarushi. Oh no, was it? Perhaps I could interest you in signing a contract to be one of my personal dancers. I can promise that it would be a lucrative one.
Nope.
But you flatter me, Master Kikarushi, but I fear I'm still in training. I can't very well leave Miss Nashmare aside until our tour is complete. Is that so now? No, this simply won't do. I'm afraid your rejection has so devastated me that I simply don't have it in me to fund your little excursion, you little extortionist. You can't be serious. You gave us your word. I'll take no for an answer. What should we do?
Beat it out of him. Do this the easy way, or... Have you forgotten I'm Titan's Bane, dude?
What's supposed to mean? Stop looking at me like that. You're scaring me. I say, I never took your dance to be such a bloody serious lot. I meant only to express how utterly enthralled I was by your fearless performance.
Like, don't be trying to extort our troop.
Provided me with precisely the sort of bold and audacious artistic revolution I sought. As per our deal, I'm more than happy to offer you the financial backing you so clearly deserve. We are most grateful, Master Gagarushi. Truly, your aesthetic sensibilities are matched only by your boundless generosity. By your leave, we shall begin preparing for our forthcoming performance in Oldal.
Trying to get the hot cat girl to dance for him. It's just disgusting, man. Every time I have to deal with him, I have to deal with his nonsense.
Wait a sec, I mean, if I might make just one small request. It's not that you sign an exclusive contract, only that one of you sojourn here as my honored guest and entertain me for a spell. In return, in addition to my patronage, I promise I'll deliver you a personal letter of recommendation to the Syndicate on your behalf. I do believe that sounds like a mutually beneficial arrangement. In that case, Mr. Gagarushi, you may have the pick of any of my troop, excepting Ashran, of course.
Well, it's not the one he wants. He wants to try and annoyingly put the moves on the sexy cat girl.
And the deal is done. Be more than content with the lovely Miss Rana here.
Here, and he gets exactly what he wanted to begin with. You're kind of an idiot, Nashmara.
Leave the negotiations of the Syndicate to me. In the meantime, I look forward to seeing every move in your repertoire.
Actually, they're kind of both idiots, because he got exactly what he wanted out of this the whole time.
This is my Mr. Gagarushi. Please introduce me to your personal dancing girls as well. I'm sure there's so much they could teach me about the art of dance in Eorzea.
So after she's like, I don't want to do this, what do we do, Ash? And I tell him to stuff it, he gets exactly what he wants anyway, because they're both idiots. Good job, morons.
I was worried there for a moment. but all's well that ends well. I'll go and share the good news with the others. Right, come along if you'd like.
Wow, we're stupid.
When Master Kagaruju started insisting on taking Rana from us, I thought all our efforts were for naught. It seems we've come away with everything we bargained for, and then some. It's all thanks to you. It really was quite remarkable how he changed his tune after you gave him just a single glance.
Well, yeah, he knows what I can do.
Really, you possess remarkable powers of
Persuasion or intimidation.
At any rate, I suppose a short sojourn here could benefit us all. Rana seems eager to get to know the dancers here, and I must attend to administrative tasks before our next performance. In the meantime, why don't you put your newfound skills to the test? I suspect you'll be quite pleased with how well they serve you.
Hey, look at all that XP they gave me that I don't need. Soiree and the Sultanate.
This isn't my star pupil. You couldn't have come at a better time. A messenger just arrived. It would appear that Master Kagaruju has received a response from his friends in the Sultanate. As for the details, he would deliver them to us in person. Why don't you go on ahead to his villa? I will fetch Rana and be along shortly.
Alright, Kagaruju, what do you got for us now? More nonsense do we have to deal with before we can just get on with this? So weird how often we end up dealing with Kagaruju, actually. Because we keep coming back to Costa del Sol. He's like nobody, like not important to the story at all, but we keep dealing with him. Through Westgate, through the Company of Heroes, through... There were points in MSQ, I think, that brought us here to Costa del Sol to have to deal with him as well.
Oh well, if it isn't my second favorite dancer. Good news, my boy. Thanks to the highest recommendation of yours truly, my friends at the Syndicate would be more than happy to host one of your performances in Ulda. You have our deepest gratitude, Master Kagaruju. Truly, your generosity knows no bounds. Think nothing of it. Your performance gave me a thrill I'll not soon forget. And while I'd love nothing more than to keep you all to my own, I'd be remiss if I didn't share my most remarkable discovery with the rest of the realm. It goes for you in particular, my lovely Rana. You may be a bit rough around the edges, but that just adds to your untamed, dare I say, feral allure. Jesus Christ, dude. Nothing would make me happier than to go down in history as the man who introduced your beauty to Eorzea. Mr. Kagaruju, you're making me blush. I'll take me. I simply can't bear the thought that you've performed on my stage for the last time. You'll grace me with one final farewell performance, won't you? Surely, after all I've done for you. And apologies, Master Kagaruju, but we must not keep our audience in the Sultanate waiting. After all, this is but the second stop on our journey. A journey we must see through to the end. And besides, if your words do Rana and us all a great honor, I would remind you that the girl is still an apprentice. Excess praise can lead to overconfidence, overconfidence to carelessness, and carelessness to an untimely fall. Do you hear me, Rana? No matter what glowing words your admirers may heap upon you, remember that your journey as a dancer has only just begun. Keep your feet planted firmly on the ground, lest you stumble on the road to achieving your full potential. Of course, and yet it's truly inspiring to have such a devoted fan, is it not? It helps me appreciate just how much I've blossomed as a dancer in such a short time. I do not mean to make light of your achievements. I ask only that you stay focused on the task at hand. Continue to hone your craft and not let yourself get swept away by unchecked emotion. And with that, we should be taking our leave. Nasagegarushu, we thank you for your patronage and hospitality. When our business in Eorzea is done, we will return to fully express our gratitude. Need not feel compelled to travel with the troop, Ash. I trust that you have matters of your own that you would attend to along the way. We shall await you in Uldar.
And we are out of here. Not residential. Adventurers Guild. Oh, that was very easy. I didn't realize they were right around the corner.
So this is Uldar, jewel of the desert. But we're not here to see the sights. No, we must decide upon a suitable venue for our next performance.
I mean, there are plenty of big stage type areas here in Uldar.
As a matter of fact, I already have an idea. I was thinking we might put on a show in the Stone's Throw, a settlement outside of town said to be home to the poor and downtrodden.
Oh, we're putting it on outside of town in the little shanty town full of tents? Interesting.
Are you sure of this, Mr. Snashmera? I agree the arts should be enjoyed by the lowborn as well as the high, but is some glorified shanty town truly the best place for us to find an audience here? I would have it no other way. Now listen to me, Ash, and listen carefully. You'll recall that I told you that our Krieg stance has the unique power to clear hearts and minds of worries, and lift the spirits of all who behold it.
Yeah, that makes sense why we're doing it in the shanty town then. Trying to raise their spirits.
Put another way, bringing joy and succor to the scorned and the suffering is no less than our calling in life. In Limsa as well, our audience included many who were down on their luck, and yet it did not seem those troubles weighed so heavily on their hearts. Mayhap this is a remnant of their pirate heritage, flagon of ale in hand and a song on the lips, and all their cares fade away. Uldar is different. Here I feel the scars of the calamity run deeper, particularly among those who lack the coin needed to rebuild their lives to their satisfaction. Stone's Throw it will be. I can think of no place more in need of what we offer.
You there! Halt, I say!
The dancing troupe that's come at the invitation of the Syndicate, yes? The authority of the Brass Blades, we command you to desist at once.
What?
You're not. You've done not wrong. It's just, well, Stone's Throw's not safe for visitors these days, you say? A group of real rabble-rousers have been causing trouble of late. You know how it is, protests, riots, and all sorts of unpleasant business.
So they're gonna try and demand we not put on our performance for the downtrodden, who the Syndicate has been trodding on.
Of course, their anger is targeted directly at Uldar's upper crust. Like as not, they'd leave you a troupe of performers.
The grammar there, I think, has screwed up that sentence and made it weird.
Still, the Syndicate cannot accept the risk of its honored guests suffering an untimely injury, or worse. We appreciate your concern, but I can assure you that it is wholly unnecessary. All members of my troop are well trained in the art of self-defense. We're more than capable of taking care of ourselves. That's right. Besides, healing suffering and strife across the realm is precisely the reason we've come here. What sort of struggle your people face? Why not let us look into the matter and see if we can't resolve it? It's a gracious offer, but no. Keeping the peace is our sworn duty, which you're terrible at, and one we cannot simply impose on guests. Besides, we're trained soldiers, and you are not. For your own safety, you should take your leave of this place at once.
You have not seen these dancers. Like, they don't practice salsa or mamba. They practice Kriegstanz. They're warriors.
These are no ordinary dances, you say? I'm not entirely certain that what you're implying. I suppose we have no reason to not take you at your word. Very well then, you and your friends may carry on. Just promise that you won't go looking for trouble, eh? Mr. Snashmare, leave this to me. I'll dance up a storm for these poor folks, calm their hearts, and put an end to any riots or uprisings. I admire your spirit, Rana, and yet I cannot shake the sense that great danger does indeed lurk here. You may go, but only if Ashran accompanies you, and you must promise that you will not leave his side.
Oh boy. Happy affiliate anniversary! Huzzah! Thank you, Karitsu. I didn't even realize it was my affiliate anniversary coming up. So, I didn't have anything planned. Luckily, today is Dancer and Masked Carnivale, so it's kind of a big celebration day anyway.
Honk. Alright, the more the merrier. Don't you agree, Ash? Let's make for Stone's Throw. I'll race you there.
What did she just say about not leaving my side, girl?
I'll race you there!
Be starting up stream P4S soon. Oof. I have never done 4. I've only ever done the Abyssos ones, and of that, only 5 and 6 so far. Oof. Wait, no, I never reinstalled it. Install stream, go! Just broadcasting your desktop while you're installing the game. Don't even have OBS, I'm an idiot. Oops. Oh, God.
There you are. Let's get started, shall we? Our first task is to figure out just who's behind these riots. Why don't we split up, ask around, and see what turns up?
What did she just... She just said not to leave my side. Oh, Rana is gonna stir up so much shit.
I'm worried about that silly promise I made to Mistress Nashmara.
Well, looks like I'm not getting food tonight. Oh, well. Someone came home with some takeout, but my nephews are here, which means there's no chance any of that's surviving. Because even if my parents say save stone for me, they're gonna just go back in as soon as they're not paying attention and eat it all. So it looks like I'm not eating their dinner tonight. I'll go get something after stream myself, I suppose.
Come now, Ash. Clearly she worries over much. You saw me on the stage. Do I look like someone who can't take care of herself?
No, you strike me as someone who can take care of herself, but is gonna stir up more shit than she can actually handle constantly.
Let's see what the townspeople can tell us. Meet you back here when we're both done, alright?
Oh, God. Here we go. I love how she instantly makes the promise to Nashmara and then immediately breaks it. It really kind of tells you the kind of person that Rana is.
Alright, there've been some trouble here of late. Won't catch me dead getting myself involved. Whoever's behind it all, I wish he'd just bugger off and give us some peace and quiet for once. Of course, that doesn't stop those brass blades from glaring at me askance every time they come through the neighborhood. Not that I can blame them, I suppose. Rumor has it the true culprit's an expert in throwing the authorities off his trail. Oh, good. How wonderful. Ugh. Mouse keeps getting hung up on stuff. It's cable. Looking for some rabble-rouser and rioter, you say? Might know a thing or two. What's it to you? None of us here in Stone's Throw have much love for the rich. That much is true. Still, it wasn't until lately when someone started talking about actually giving them their due. Thought they were just talking big, but lately it seems they've been putting their plot into action. Huzzah. It was pretty simple. Now let's pray that she's actually here and not off stirring up shit. Hey, you there? You friends with that Mikote girl? The one with the fancy dress? Oh, great. She's stirring up shit. Just asking around about the riots, you know? Would you believe I actually saw her talking to one of the blackguards responsible for it all? Oh, god damn it. Of course she did. The last thing I saw, he was leading her away somewhere. I'd go after her if I were you. I wouldn't. Never had the nerve for that sort of thing. But I reckon you should before the poor thing comes to harm. Of course. What do I even have? Oh, the alligator. Forgot I bought that. Oh boy. Ah, you did great, Rana. Totally didn't get your ass beat and barely survive only to get jumped again. Wait, what was that about not stirring up trouble? Oh, Ash, you really saved my skin. This man told me he'd take me to the rioters' hideout. Led me here, and then, well, to be honest, I'm still unsure entirely what I witnessed. Strangest thing. As soon as he brought me here, his body began to sway and spin in the strangest way. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was dancing. We can talk about that when we're back in safer environs. Should probably summon the brass blades and file an official report. Send a message real quick. Can't you just type the word I want you to type? No, could you return to the city and let Mistress Nashmara know I'm alright? Tell her sorry for breaking my word. Not just breaking your word instantly. With no regret, no hold back whatsoever, and just being like, it's fine. Like, you aggressively broke your promise to her. You just immediately promised her something and then just immediately went, nah, I'm good.
Oh, hey, babe.
You're muted if you didn't know. Okay. I got the mute turned backwards. Oops. eating.
Good news, friends. Thanks to your efforts, we've apprehended the firebrand. Peace should be returned to Stone's Throw for now. At least until the next rabble-rouser decides to fan the flames.
Yeah, it's almost as if shoving a bunch of people into a shanty town while your city is one of the wealthiest, most freaking, God, what's that word? Not prosperous, decadent. While your city is one of the most decadent fucking nightmares in the universe, could, like, make people angry. It's weird. Huh. Affluent. No, decadent's what I was going for. Like, fall of Rome era. Like, decadent. It's like, you're so freaking wealthy and so decadent, and you throw all of the Alamegans out into a shanty town outside. Barely enough to, like, buy bread for themselves, okay? No shit, people are causing trouble all the time.
Still, there's one part of the story that does not sit well with me. Girl here claims she saw her captors dancing. But those we took into custody swear to the last man they remember no such thing. They denied they were dancing. But why ever would they feel the need to lie about something so innocuous, when already convicted of far more heinous crime?
Far more heinous crime, as if dancing is heinous or a crime.
It's not precisely a lie, you see. From here the tale gets even stranger. They claim to have a vague recollection of their bodies moving, but insist they had absolutely no intention of doing so. They went on to say that they couldn't even remember where or why they came up with the idea to riot in the first place. On the contrary, they seemed almost relieved, just as if some evil spirit had been banished from them.
I love how, like, the dancer story raises this idea that it, like, possesses them to do crazy things and then riot and dance and who knows what else. Only for Endwalker to then be like, no, what it actually does is turn them into monsters and they transform. And it's like we're getting the hints of Dynamis here. Which is interesting because Dancer was Stormblood. So they had some idea where they were going with this whole, like, emotion influencing people's actions, blah, blah, blah. Even that far back, which kind of makes sense, I suppose. It didn't seem like they just randomly made up stories as they went along, for the most part. Dancer was Dancer was Shadowbringers, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, I know why I was thinking Stormblood. Because 60 to 70. I was thinking Stormblood, but that's wrong. The classes are always 10 levels behind. It was Sage and Reaper that start at 70. And they were Endwalker. Dancer starts at 60, yeah, so it was Shadowbringers. That always throws me, because all the classes that are added start 10 levels earlier than the expansion that they come in. Red Mage and Samurai. Sounds like our friends have been partaking in a particularly unstable and unsavory alchemical concoction. At any rate, the Blast Blades will be taking over the investigation from here. Thank you for your assistance. Please carry on with the preparations for your performance with our blessing. Sorry, Mistress Nashmara. Should have stayed with Ash like you said. Together, I'm sure we could have worked things out peacefully. Absolutely not, but we would have fought a little better and you wouldn't have gotten beaten up so much. In the end, I wasn't able to dance even a single step. Just as the Greek dance can enthrall and inspire, so can it serve us in battle. A true dancer must be prepared for both possibilities at all times. Ashan was able to display his skills as a dancer in battle today, and I suspect it is for that very reason that your would-be captors, but never mind that. Yeah, because I danced. I basically purified them. Rana, you disappoint me. It is not a lack of dancing prowess that led to your failure today. No, it was the overconfidence that led you to stray from your partner's side. When Troop Falcium dances, we dance as one. We dance to stir hearts and lift spirits.
not merely to show off our skills, that our admirers might shower us with empty praise. I thought you understood this, but it is clear you still have much to learn.
Yep, she let herself get a fat head from Gegaruju, who is worthless. Gegaruju will throw whatever random praise out he feels is necessary to manipulate people into giving him whatever he wants, dude. So his praise is especially worthless.
I'm sorry, Mistress Nishmara. Promise I won't repeat my mistake. Forgive me for making you suffer the girl's foolishness, Ashran. Though she has grown in skill, it is clear she is still a child in more ways than one. I can only hope that she will take today's lesson to heart, lest she eventually pay the price.
You ask a lot of her.
Being a true dancer is about more than knowing how to move one's feet. I must be tougher on Anna than anyone, lest your falchion failed to carry out its sworn duty. I can see you are confused by my words. Do not worry, all will become evident in due time. Both you and Rana will understand all too well. With that, I must prepare for our forthcoming performance. This time I will be asking Rana to take the stage alone. She may consider it her opportunity to reflect upon her actions today, and God's willing, learn and grow from her missteps. Meanwhile, perhaps it would be best if you too return to your training. If you and Rana truly mean to bring out the best in one another, both of you will need to work harder than ever before. Farewell for now. Let us meet up again when it is time to move on. Now, I do believe it's time I did some investigating of my own.
I love how they're treating this like some deep secret that we have to find on our own, blah 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 blah, of what our true calling is and all that. It's like, nope, I played Endwalker, I already know all this. Dances with Duskwights.
It is good to see you, Ashran. You'll be pleased to hear that our exhibition in the Sultanate was a rousing success.
I don't get to see it? Alright.
Rana gave quite the inspired performance. It would seem the girl has indeed taken her lessons to heart. That leaves Gridania as the final stop on our three-nation tour. I mean to depart immediately, but I must confess that the curious developments in Ul'dah have given me pause. Upon our arrival, let us first pay a visit to the Adder's Nest and inquire as to any strange happenings in town. Do not ask me why, but I believe it is best we stay vigilant.
I've started trying to, like, track certain fates in the game. Specifically, like, achievement fates. The problem is, though I can now track them properly, I can't complete them properly, because all the achievement fates are these, like, nightmarish fates that need, like, 20 or 30 people on them to do. Or at least, like, 3 or 4, right? You need at least, like, a light party to complete these. And I don't have any groups that I'm, like, running fates with. I mention that just because I keep seeing them, like, popping up, right? Keep getting announced. Now that I'm able to track them, and I'm like, yeah, but I can't do it.
Oh, Ashran, I'm sorry to say that my fears appear to have been well-founded. Gridania too has seen its fair share of social unrest of late. Pray explain the situation to my colleagues, good sir.
You're familiar with the Duskwight, yes? The clan of Elizin who eschew the shackles of urban life and instead choose to live in isolation. For the most part, both sides choose to leave the other well enough alone. Recently, however, events have taken a troubling turn. Groups of Duskwights have been assembling for reasons unknown. holding secret gatherings on the outskirts of the forest. Whatever their aim, we can be quite certain that it is nothing good. Twinada is content to let them be, provided they do us no harm. When they turn to thieving and threatening our way of life, we can't simply turn a blind eye. To say the tensions between the Duskwhites and our citizens have been rising would be an understatement. At this point, troublemakers among the Duskwhites have primarily acted alone, which makes the manner in which they are now plotting something together in plain sight all the more concerning. Some in the nest even believe that they're sowing the seeds for a violent uprising. As fortune would have it, these Duskwhite rabble-rousers have recently been sighted with particular frequency in the immediate vicinity of the venue where I had hoped to hold our performance. Needless to say, we must address the immediate danger before we can even think of going forward with our performance. Ashran, Rana, what say we investigate the matter? Together, this time. Consider it done. Make up for my failure, just you watch me. Once I've soothed the Duskwhite's heart with my dance, rioting will be the furthest thing from their minds. Thank you, friends. That settles it. Then, leave the matter of the Duskwhite demagogues to my colleagues here. Suppose there would be some merit in delegating the task to you, rather than risk fanning the flames between the Duskwhites and our own citizens. And yet, you are a dance troupe, are you not? Are you certain that you have friends here up to the task of suppressing an armed revolt? You can be assured they are. For what it is worth, I too will be accompanying Rana and Ashran to ensure that everything is in order. Besides, there is something that I would confirm with my own eyes. And with that, we should be on our way. The Duskwhites in question are said to be congregating in the South Shroud. Let us meet first at the local tavern and formulate a plan of attack. Why did none of these guys follow them? Either way, that tavern is one of those, like, annoying locations. It's in the one place in the zone where there's just no etherite. Though luckily this one isn't too bad. Every time they tell me to go out to the, Western Highlands? I think the Kurthus Western Highlands, it's always like, oh great, how far am I gonna have to fly now? According to one of the regulars here, the Duskwhite troublemakers was seen not too long ago, just to the northeast of here. That's not all. A rumor says that they were, and I quote, gyrating and undulating in a most curious way. Whatever it was that we witnessed in Thunderland, it seems likely that it's afflicted the people here as well. We must investigate the matter with all speed. Come now. Oh. There we go. Ashran, Mistress Nashmara, I think I saw something. Over there, behind the bushes. Yup, dancing Duskwhites. Good thing they're not all women dancing out in the woods in the middle of the night. People would start a witch hunt.
That's the same creepy dance I saw in Ul'dah. The dance of the damned. Yes, it is just as I feared. I'll explain everything in good time. For the moment, just leave them to me. Begone, meddlers. Leave us to our dancing.
Yep. I kind of love that Dancer as a job has like all these mystical powers hidden within its dance. It's great.
My legs as if they have a mind of their own.
Shadow sprites. Interesting. Because sprites are elemental creatures, right? I'd have thought a Dance of the Damned might be something like Void Scent or Akasha. But an elemental creature, that's very ether. Not dynamis. Huh.
Mr. Snashmare, look out!
Let's dance, Shadow Sprite. Etheric manifestation. So it's definitely ether. Oh wow, was that fast? It was nothing. I guess when they're not bothering to sink me, everything dies fast. Considering I'm 25 levels ahead of everything in the story right now.
Forgive me, Asha, and thank you. To think I was scolding poor Rana for her overconfidence. In my heyday, I would have made short work of that thing, but alas, those days are long behind me.
I like how this woman, who looks like she's maybe in her 30s, if that, is talking about how she's just not strong enough as a dancer anymore to fight.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Mistress Nashmara. We all have our bad days. Besides, it's not as if you were just being reckless like me. Never mind that. What in the world did I just see? That creepy dance, that strange cloud of black ether. What does all this mean, Mistress Nashmara? Come on, I know you know more than you're let on. I do, and I fully intend to share my knowledge with you. Once I have seen what I must see with my own two eyes. In the meantime, someone should hand over these men to the Twin Adders. Suppose you're right. Mistreat your wounds as well. Ash, can I ask you to return to the Adder's Nest and deliver our report? I'll tend to Mistress Nashmara's scratches and see that no other troublemaking Duskwights show up.
Sorry, I like the dancer song. I don't know if it was like dancer specific. Did that come from somewhere else? I swear I've heard it in other places, but I've only been playing since Dancer was already in the game, so it may just be Dancer-related stuff. What's this? They apprehended the Duskwight miscreants for us. Splendid. On behalf of all Gridania, you have our gratitude. We'll dispatch a unit to the South Shroud at once.
Apologies for the delay, Ashan. I'm pleased to report that our dancing dusk-white friends have been handed over to the proper authorities. And Rana's patched up my wounds good as new. With sufficient rest, I should be back on the stage in no time. Not on my watch, you won't. I mean, pray don't overexert yourself, Mistress Neshmera. You need your rest. I told you I could have handed over the culprits myself. I know, Rana, and yet I wanted to be there myself for when they woke. It played out exactly as I expected. They remembered little or nothing about the dancing, the secret gatherings, or any of the conversations that led up to it all.
Just being stubborn, no doubt. We're not friends. Twin Adders will carry out a proper interrogation. Yet one thing concerns me. Is it true that these events bear striking similarity to a situation you witnessed in Uldar?
What we have witnessed is none other than the Totentans, the dance of the damned, and it is our God's-given duty as dancers to see that it is never danced.
Hand to the Dam? Our mission? What are you rambling about, Mistress Neshmera?
I thought our mission was to lend strength and succor to the suffering and lift the spirits of the realm. That it is, and yet the truth of exactly what this entails runs far deeper. Throughout our storied history, the dancers of Troop Falcion have saved countless lands time and again from a fate most dire. When war and calamity ravage the land, fear and anger fill men's hearts. These emotions fester, reacting with the ether around us. In the air we breathe, the ground beneath our feet, they form an etheric manifestation of malaise that spreads like a dark cloud across the land. The weak, the downtrodden, the scorned and suffering. Sadly, it is these people who are oft the quickest to fall prey to dark despair. Left unchecked, the shadow fully consumes them. Their hearts, their minds, in the end even control of their very limbs is taken from them. Stripped of the last semblances of sanity, they flail about in a manner most hideous. Tales tell of mothers blissfully unaware as they trampled their beloved children. Men who dance so violently they rip the limbs from their own body. This is the Totentans, the dance of the damned.
What madness is this? You speak true, and this damnable dance you speak of arises from the fear and anger in people's hearts. Why did it not manifest itself in the wake of the calamity, in Eorzea's darkest hour?
Call me mad, but I think I understand. In times of greatest crisis, just surviving for another day requires all the strength we can muster. People have neither the time nor the freedom of mind to dwell on emotions like hatred or anger. Rana has the right of it. It is precisely at this time, a time when Eorzea has made great strides in its recovery, yet deeper wounds still go unaddressed, that your people are most susceptible to that damnable dance. So that's why our art was born so many ages ago? Not just to drive out the darkness from people's hearts in a figurative sense, but to literally cast out etheric shadows, freely afflicted from the clutches of the Totentans? Yes, this is the truth of Troop Falcion, passed down from principle to principle for generations. What I did for the Duskwights was to use my dance to extract the darkness from their hearts, and give it physical form that can then be struck down and banished. It's been several centuries since the menace of the Totentans last reared its ugly head. To be honest, when we first came to Eorzea, I was unsure as to what we would encounter. So as not to worry the two of you overmuch, I kept the truth from you. And now that I have seen it with my own eyes, our mission could not be more clear. As the inheritors of the Kriegstans, we must chase the shadow of the Totentans from this realm. Beg forgiveness for the secrecy, my friends. Ask that you lend me your aid.
Yeah, you can count on me. I'm good. Everything we're gonna encounter in this quest line is way below my level anyway. The only danger I might face is when you force me into a sync duty at like the very end. Hold up, wait. Hey, that's a lot of EVs. Oh, no, I'm just like, wait, too many points. Way too many points. Nut. Oh well, I guess that's what Mega Throw's there for, to blow through all those points you have to torture me with.
Hello there.
Hey, Blurp's working today. Good. When I was playing Warframe, Blurp was like 3 minutes behind. Ugh.
Of course you can count on us. After all, Ash and I are dancers of Troop Falcium too. It's like you always say, a dancer never abandons a partner. Why should you have to carry the burden of saving the whole realm all by yourself?
Oh, I was in the wrong screen.
Rana, Ashan, after all my harsh words and hidden truths, you are far too kind.
I must confess, I'm still struggling to understand all this. But one thing is clear. This dancing epidemic you speak of poses a grave danger to our realm. I'll contact the other ground companies immediately and apprise them of the threat. Should there be any reports of similar phenomena in other nations, we would like to call upon you to deal with the matter. Give us the imposition, but clearly this is beyond our ability. Well, clearly this is exactly what we train for, so yes, call on us for it.
Leave it to us. Nothing would honor us more than if the nations of Eorzea would place their trust in Troop Falcium and allow us to perform for the people. And with that, only Ishgard and Alamigo remain on our itinerary. Of the two, Ishgard has had more time for its people to recover from the scars of war. Let us make it our next destination.
I love how the Totentons is like at most dangerous in this weird little grace period. The whole of the dancer story falls in this realm of like, no, it's not when you're in the middle of a crisis. It's not even right after a crisis. You need to give a tiny little gap for people to start recovering from a crisis, and right around that point where things are starting to turn around, but not everyone has like picked themselves up off the ground, is right at the point where it's going to start happening.
At any rate, we will need more time to properly prepare for the confrontation ahead. In the meantime, Rana, you are to continue your performances. You require more patience still before I can bequeath to you all the secrets of the Creed stands. You can count on me, Mistress Nashmara. And you, Ashran, pray continue to hone your skills in battle. If we hope to prevail against the Totentans, we will need your martial skills as much as we need your dancing. But no, it is not enough that we lure the shadows out of people's hearts. We must dispel the darkness for good, lest it simply drift on until it finds another unsuspecting host. Yes, we will be needing your strength more than ever.
It is interesting how every storyline kind of has to find its way back to what we need you to do is become stronger in battle. And they all kind of have to find their own excuse to reach that point.
With that, I too should prepare myself. The true last act draws ever closer at hand.
Because all of the gaining experience and all the jobs basically amounts to fighting and adventuring and battling and all of that, they all have to find some excuse for the storyline to go back to. We need you to fight more and become stronger. High stepping in the Holy See.
Oh, Ashan, your timing is impeccable. I just received word from Ishgard. Powers that be have decided to welcome Troop Falcium with open arms. Fortunately, there are no rumors to suggest that the Totentans has already struck in the city, or any of the surrounding regions in Curthis. Yet word has it that some of the less privileged residents of the city have grown increasingly vocal of late. Not entirely unlike what we witnessed in Eldar. We must be vigilant. And so I would like to ask you and Rana to make for the Holy See as soon as you're able. I would join you, but I fear my wounds are not healing as quickly as I had hoped. I would only slow you down. Leave it to us, Mistress Nashmare. No matter what shadows plague the people's hearts, there'll be no match for your two favorite proteges.
Her only proteges.
Come on. Ishgard awaits us. Which way was it again?
Good luck, Rana. I mean, apparently she did find her way there. Hopefully I do have enough time to get around to doing Masked Carnivale stuff tonight. I don't think the Dancer's going to take a full 3 hours to get through, but it might, because I need to do this whole quest line and then the 80 quest if Dancer has it. I don't know if Dancer has an 80 quest. Probably does, though.
Ugh. Why do my arms and legs feel like they're going to freeze and snap off like icicles? How can you even bear this, Ash?
Because I'm wearing my War Dancer outfit and you're wearing a bikini, basically. I've gotten used to it. Bro, my War Dancer outfit has a big floofy coat on it. Like, I'm good.
Suppose adventurers like you get to experience all sorts of climbs in your travels. Perhaps with time I'll get used to it too.
Maybe put on some clothes. Like, that might help.
Yeah, our first order of business is to pay respects to our hosts. I've been told that one Sir Handaloo awaits us at a place they call the Congregation. Take it that you know the way?
I wonder if I need new hunts. I don't know if I've even done these ones this week. Hello.
Well met, Asher. It is always a pleasure to welcome you back to Ishgard. Though I must say I did not expect to see you return to us as a member of a traveling dance troupe. Just wait until you see him on stage. He's a sight to behold. Oh, but forgive me, my name is Rana Miko. Thank you for opening the gates of your fair city to our troop Falcion. Pleasure is ours. I must confess that I found the report from our friends of the Twin Adder regarding this Dance of the Damned somewhat difficult to believe. But if even a great hero like Ashran here would come all the way here for this purpose, I would be a damn fool to dismiss the threat. And yet I have questions. The instructions from your mistress Nashmera called for rounding up prominent members of the commoner class, and seating them front and center at your performance. Did not object, of course, but whatever purpose is this meant to serve? The Totentans is a plague that spreads from one man's heart to the next. Those whose hearts weigh heaviest with anger, fear, and unease are often the first to fall prey to its clutches. We can assemble influential members of the community and free their hearts from shadow before disaster strikes. These men and women could in turn raise the spirits of their peers. Mr. Snashmara believes this is our best hope for curtailing the spread of the Totentans. Where the leaders go, so others will follow. I suppose it is as logical a course of action as any. Very well. I've already identified suitable personages and extended to them an invitation to your performance. The venue will be before the Gates of Judgment. I believe this location would be most accessible to those who live outside the city walls. Thank you kindly, my good sir. Well then, Ash, we best get on our way. We don't want to keep our audience waiting out there in the freezing cold, do we? Why did I remind myself about the cold?
freezing to death and still wearing her tiny, tiny top and little, like, sashes and stuff. Gates of Judgment. Oh, you know what? Camp Dragonhead's actually pretty good. Although, if I take an Ethernet shard out to the Central Highlands... Yeah, actually Camp Dragonhead would have been about the same. Oh well, actually I should just grab my mount. Definitely have the riding map here, because he's moving fast. This is where we're performing?
Talk about an imposing audience. Let's give them a show to remember. Oh, and Ash, let's keep the true purpose of our performance to ourselves, alright? Don't want to cause a panic after all. If we can draw and dispel the darkness before the Totentan strikes, our task will be that much easier. Besides, we want our audience to enjoy the show, don't we? Must admit I'm a bit nervous. I know we'll be fine if we trust in each other. Alright, here goes nothing. Watch closely and follow my lead.
Like, are we doing something here, or was this just a cutscene? Dance.
Ladies, gentlemen, fair citizens of the Holy See, hailing from distant Radzit Han in the east, we are Troop Falcium. Today we dance for you the Kriegstands, an ancient art passed down to us from the days of yore. For the Kriegstands was born on the battlefield, it is a dance that brings healing and succor. Your people suffered for too long the horrors of the Dragon Song War. Let our performance fill your hearts with hope and heal any scars that may still linger.
Like, okay, should you be reminding them of this? Whatever.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin!
Oh, she's not bad. I'm surprised my character's not doing this dance, though, with her. It sounded like we were supposed to dance together.
I've seen dancing like this before. It stirs the very depths of my soul.
Just watching it, I can feel all my pain and anger melting away. Huzzah. Well, she's good at this part of it. Although that's probably going to terrify them. What the hell?
Pay no mind to those ominous clouds. It's all part of the performance, you see. This Troop Falcium spares no expense in treating our audience to a spectacle for the senses.
Uh-huh. She dances the dance of healing, and I dance the dance of war. I see, that's what it is. Now then, our own Ashrat will put on the dance of war.
Take you, Ash. Sweep those nasty shadows away.
That was simple. Like, they're done. Hey, Edner. Honk lurk.
Ashrain honk Kalbi one lurk.
Honk lurk. Thank you for the resub at Nurak, and thank you for always lurking around and constantly supporting. Always happy to have you here. Received a sudden invitation to this performance. Problem is, you often stream when I should sleep. There is that. Baron has that same problem, being, you know, British and all that. It's like, I'm often streaming when a lot of the people who watch me should be sleeping, so I always end up falling asleep. That's fine. If I'm able to put you to sleep every night when I'm streaming, that's fine by me.
In this performance, I didn't know what to expect, but that That was simply remarkable. Ever since the show ended, my mind is clear and all my troubles just don't seem so bad anymore. They're the same. I must say the last scene where those fearsome shadow beasts appeared was particularly dramatic and invigorating. Strangest feeling. Even though my lot in life hasn't changed one bit, I feel like I'll be able to face tomorrow with my head held high. Thank you for spelling it out for us, game. Oh, you folks are far too kind. I thank you one and all. Never in my life have I felt so proud to be a dancer. That's fine. Honestly, I'm kind of like that too, where I don't just shut everything down and go to bed. I always end up like having a YouTube video or something like that going on my computer while I'm like laying down to just fall asleep too. Having some like noise in the background or whatever does help. Nothing quite like seeing all those smiling, satisfied faces. Don't you agree, Ash? It's the thought that we were able to bring a measure of happiness and hope to those proud, strong people makes all the hard hours of training worthwhile. Can you believe it? We were able to stave off the shadows before the Totentons even struck. I do believe we more than done Nashmara proud. I put on the phone. Yep. Luckily, my computer's in the same room, is in my bedroom, rather than like a living room or something like that. So I just put it on my computer and fall asleep. Although, yeah, my phone wouldn't work very well for that, I don't think. Because my phone would like start auto-playing the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Since I tend to use YouTube videos, that wouldn't work as well on a phone. Although even on Twitch, it would basically just raid out to the next person, then the next person, then the next person. Huh. Don't forget to plug it in. Don't have your alarm in the morning. Oh, so that's exactly what happens to you. You turn it on your phone and it completely drains your battery throughout the night while you're sleeping. Yeah. Might be interesting to start trying to do it on my phone. Because that would let me, like, shut down my PC during the night. And I often leave my PC on way longer than I should, like days or weeks straight without ever shutting it down or rebooting it or anything. There's our job here is done. Why don't we head back to Gridania and share the good tidings with everyone? I'll race you there! Okay, we should only have one more place to go, and that would be Alamigo. I think that was the 68 quest as well. So we may only have one quest left in this series, and then in theory an 80 quest, an optional 80 quest as well. Though like I said, I don't know if Dancer got the 80 quest. I think all of them have an 80 quest though. Oh, except for Stage and Reaper, because theirs I think ends at 80. And I don't think they have an extra quest afterwards. That's right, it's Mistress Nashmara. She's gone. Why did Rana wear her tiny, tiny little dancer outfit while she was in the freezing cold of Kurthus and then get into something more comfortable and warm here? Slow down, Rana. Nothing ill has befallen our leader. She's simply taken a leave of absence, entirely of her own volition. Said she had a matter to attend to with an old friend. Same friend who introduced her to our patron, Master Gagaruju, if I recall. She was reluctant to go into detail, but it would seem this individual is also familiar with the Totentons. Has been researching the situation in Alamigo on our behalf. Miss Nashmara means to join her there and scout out a suitable venue for our ultimate performance. She asks that you and Rana continue training on your own until such time as she summons us. Would it have killed her to at least wait for our report? Does this mean that she actually trusts us? Huzzah! Mistress Nashmara believes in our ability to handle affairs. I suppose we owe her the same in return. Now that Alamigo has finally been freed from the Garlean yoke, surely it's only a matter of time before its people are ready to welcome us with open arms. At the same time, much like Ishgard, it is a land whose people have known more than their fair share of suffering. We'll need to be at our best to deliver them from the dance of the damned. You know what that means, Ash. You must train with greater discipline than ever before.
Huzzah! I've already well exceeded level 70. I'm good. Yep, save the last dance for me, and I will finally get technical step. As someone who's been playing Dancer all the way up to 90 and never had technical step this entire time, I'll finally be able to do my job. Man, some of the skills they lock behind 70 are like, that doesn't matter. But some classes, the skill they lock behind 70 is like, you have not been doing your job the entire time you played this class, if you didn't bother to get the skill at 70. Like, just recently, I managed to do the Summoner quest, and I'm like, yes, I did reach level 90 as a Summoner, and yes, I did all of that without Bahamut or Phoenix. It was stupid of me, but I did it. Letter in hand, and is excitedly waving it in your direction.
Great news, Ash! A post-Moogle just dropped off this letter from Mistress Nashmara. She said the stage has all been set for our performance in Alamigo. She even scouted out what she claims is an ideal venue to host our exhibition. A village called Alagana that sits in the Girabania Highlands.
Yeah, Alagana is a pretty good place to do it for the downtrodden, the weak and the miserable and all that.
That is in part due to its location near the border. There are considerable fears among the villagers that the Garleans will return and retake their home with a vengeance. In other words, it's precisely the sort of place where the Totentanz is likely to strike. At any rate, Mistress Nashmara assures me that she and her secretive acquaintance have made all the necessary preparations. The Alamigan resistance, she says, has seen fit to ensure that Alagana's most prominent residents will be in attendance. We can perform as we did in Ishgard and swiftly dispel the darkness from their hearts. Surely they will be able to influence their fellow villagers and stave off the onset of the Totentanz.
I love that it's the Alamigan resistance who set this up, because in all honesty, Lise could probably come out there and dance with us. Like, I know she's a monk, but still. Actually, not even a monk, she's a pugilist. Because she doesn't really talk about all the meditation and the chakra and all that stuff that monk has. Plus, at no point have I ever seen the storyline say that she has the job. So she's just a pugilist. But she moves really well, so she'd probably be a great dancer.
What did she say at the very end of her letter? Ah yes, Rana, Ashtran, the success of our tour and the very future of Troop Falsiam itself rides on you. Counting on you to rise to the occasion. Be as excited as I am. Make this a show for the ages. With that, let us set out for Alagana. Mustn't keep Mistress Nashmara waiting.
Success of our troop rides on you two? Wonder what's happened to Nashmara. Because she set off like in secret and then met with a contact and set everything up, but we haven't seen her yet. I wonder if something happened to her. Luckily, I can teleport straight to Alagana. Huzzah! Oh god, yeah, I forgot. Today's May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. Yeah, my nephew was watching Mandalorian earlier. That makes sense. I completely forgot it's May the 4th.
There you are. Have you by chance seen Mistress Nashmara? Can't find her anywhere. Sure she'll be along soon. I know she wouldn't miss our performance for the world. Look what I found. Scoured the troop's wardrobe to find outfits befitting our grand finale. One thing's for certain, we'll be dressed to impress.
Or are they going to force change my character into a different outfit for this one?
Remember, mum's the word about the Totentanz, alright? We want our audience to enjoy the performance without worrying.
Lego tried to make me buy some.
Without worrying themselves with the terrible truth behind it all. Well then, whenever you're ready to take the stage, you know where to find me. Ready to raise the curtain on our final act. Level 70, eye level sync 395. Huzzah! What's my outfit gonna look like? Or they only change hers? Yeah, they only changed her outfit. Oh, there we go. Happy affiliate! Huzzah! I didn't even realize it was my affiliate anniversary. Yesterday, technically, but we'll see. Thank you, Vop. Thank you very much. You're a joke at it. So close and yet so far. For all who cannot make the voyage to our home, we bring our art to yours. Hailing from Radzetan across the sea, I present the incomparable, transcendent Troop Falcium. Seems like they are a day off. Oh, I didn't know they would be a day off. I figured mine was just because I didn't stream yesterday, so they didn't mention it to me. On Jovian's partner one, they were off a whole month. Jesus. Yeah, I just figured it told me about it today because I didn't stream yesterday. Yeah, can't believe I've been an affiliate for a year now. Today we perform for you the ancient dance of our ancestors. A spectacle to stir the heart, enrich the mind, and chase away the shadows of doubt that plague your soul. Feast your eyes upon the Kriegstands. That's pretty much the same outfit she always wears. What was she talking about? She found new outfits and blah blah blah. Wow. That's a lot of darkness we're pulling out here. Let's see how it goes. And now for the other side of the show. I do like that. She puts on the performance of the Kriegstands as like a healing tool, and I put on the performance of the Kriegstands as a war tool. Well, it looks like she's gonna go with me this time. That'll be fun. Like, just make them think it's all part of the show. Right on cue. Alright, Ash. Let's take out that nasty thing before our audience realizes it's not just for show. Yep. There is that. Let's look at those enraptured faces. Excitement in the air is almost palpable. Their music coming from the air, I'd forgotten. They know they're about to get a show the likes of which they've never seen. Our weekends are counting on us, Ash, and in more ways than they themselves even know. We must dance and not stop dancing till every last shadow has been purged from their hearts. It's the performance we were born to give. Okay then. Guess we'll just dance partner each other, and then here goes the music again. I do really enjoy this song. Dance partner. Audience out, she's ready for a tough fight. If we dance our dance, it'll be good. Yeah, let's dance. Here we go.
I do really enjoy Dancer. I think I may go with Dancer over Machinist as my main for at least ranged. Hi, Orange. You guys are big. Thank you, Orange. Hello. How have you been lately, Orange? Don't let them touch you. Got it. Oh. This is also a good time to refresh. Bam. I do love the fact that your finish actually does damage to the enemy. So you don't lose too much on DPS while you're doing the steps. You waiting seems that there's Neshmaya. Is she gonna like destroy them all with one move? Come on guys, get closer. So we can do this. Did just got off work. Nice. I'm all for entertaining people. You like just got off work. Just got finished realizing that for a handful of the people that watch me pretty consistently, they like just put me on and go to bed. Which is perfect, actually. I love my lifers. More darkness getting thrown out. Only a couple? Okay, I'll fight this one. You guys fight those. I love that the whole audience just thinks we're still putting on a show. Like, all three of us here just dance fighting like crazy. It's just all part of the Krieg stats. Whelming loss. That is a... Like, technically I know that's possible, but that is a strange phrasing. Whelming loss. So, I mean, in order to have the phrase overwhelming, there must be something something that is whelming. But still, it's like... Seems like a very weak word to use for some big attack. Oh, this looks like an enrage. DPS the shit out of them. Super slow cast bar like that. Oh boy. Unfortunately, these stupid shadows don't want to get close enough. Man, this feels pretty close. There we go. Did you, like, stop casting Misery while I was fighting the enemies? All three of us are doing... All three of us were doing our steps at the same time there. Oh, they both dance partnered me or something? Alright, there we go. Now I have a moment. Oh wait, I wonder if this one's gonna be...
I just put the code open.
Okay, it's not.
Oh no, March!
Oh.
I have to save March! Yes!
Honkai Star Rail.
How do you, I learned that from Piccolo.
Honkai Star Wars. May the 4th be with you. Pretty much is sci-fi Star Wars. Oh, but a gacha game. Not exactly interested in downloading a new gacha game. I wonder if Honkai Star Rail is annoyingly aggressive against your computer security as Genshin is. Because that's why I uninstalled Genshin. I uninstalled Genshin because they're like... Their BS admin privileges that they force you to run the game with gives them kernel access, and it's been hacked like a dozen times by hackers, and they just refuse to get rid of it. Because, you know, gotcha, we need your money, we're not going to let you cheat, not give us your money, kind of shit, more than caring about the security of your computer. So I uninstalled Genshin. I wonder if Honkai Star Rail also does that. Like, forces you to run at admin level every time. Because if not, maybe I would check it out. Oh. Also, you're welcome for the shout out. You're always showing tons of support, Orin, from subs to shout outs to putting me in your waifu wars fighting game to all sorts of things. So, always welcome here.
It's just Nashma. I knew you wouldn't miss our grand finale. And your dancing, why, you were every bit as enchanting as I remembered from all those years ago. Sharing the stage with you truly was a dream come true. Simply had to make amends for my embarrassing display in Gridania. Did I not? My wounds had all but healed entirely, so I redoubled my training efforts after arriving here in Alamigo. But this I feel as spry as I have in years. Yet there can be no doubt. You and Ashran were the true stars today. To think that you have come so far in such a short span of time. Mayhap I should have just admired your performance from the wings instead of stepping in.
Tut, Mara. I seem to recall you telling me just the other day that the girl was still not ready for the spotlight. Oh. Lawman is the old friend? Interesting.
You know me, Lamin. I am strict with my students because I expect only the best from them. These two have done me proud today.
Actually, you know what? That makes sense. That does make sense. I forgot Flamen was a dancer in 1.0. Like, Flamen started as one of, like, the cat girl dancers in Ul'dah, I believe. So that does kind of make sense.
Fancy meeting you here, Ashran. Must admit, it gave me quite a start when Mara told me that you, of all people, had joined her merry little troop. Mara and I go far back, you see. After those horrific events unfolded in Ul'dah, I hid away in Thavnair for some time. It was then that we first made each other's acquaintance. Song and dance go together rather well, needless to say. Our friendship rapidly blossomed. She turned to me for assistance in planning Troop Falcium's tour of Eorzea. I was more than happy to do my part. It does not surprise me that an accomplished adventurer would have many friends across the realm. But never would I have suspected you and my dear Lamin were so close. Truly, fate must have brought us together for a reason. I feel the same. Your presence alone has motivated me to grow in ways I never would have thought possible, giving me the courage, strength, and determination to be more than what I was.
Thanks, ladies. Now someone teach me how to technical finish.
But I recognize that face from somewhere. From Liberator of Alamigo to traveling performer, eh? Not a path I'd have predicted, but I'm hardly surprised to see you emerge triumphant in whatever you do. Aye, that was truly a performance for the ages. Here in Alagana, we don't get much exposure to foreign cultures. Rather stimulating that was. Especially the grand finale where you chased off those bloody shadow beasts. Got the blood pumping, I'd say. Only wish there was more we could do to show our appreciation. Think nothing of it, my good sir. Just knowing that we've brought a measure of joy to Alamigo in its time of need is reward enough for us.
Like, realistically, we should probably also be heading to Kugane, but, you know, they don't have time for that in the storyline, so whatever. Especially in Stormblood is where they really started to, like, split up all the expansions big time, right? Where Stormblood was both Alamigo and Kugane, or Yansha and all that area, right? Shadowbringer's not so much. Once we went in, we were basically in Norvrent the whole time, and it's a big area, but it was like one centralized area. We kind of hopped back and forth once or twice, but not too much. And then in Walker, it was like Thavnair, Rodzit Han, and Sharlayan. So realistically, if we were going to do this in Alamigo, we ought to go to Kugane or Yansha. Probably something like the village Isara or possibly Namai. But I don't think they bothered to do that because this is the level 70 quest. Maybe 80 does something like that. Too kind you are, miss. The road ahead of us is a long one, but thanks to you, we can strive down it with a spring in our step. Know that our village is always open to you, should you ever be willing to grace us with another performance. Farewell, friends.
Ooh, for a second I thought he'd realize the true nature of those shadows. But no, the threat of the Totentons is gone for now, and it seems no one's the wiser.
Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Even if someone realizes what the Totentons is and kind of realizes why you're actually doing the show, it doesn't matter that much. As long as it's after. If it's before, it might be a problem.
That is heartening. Indeed. And with that, we should prepare for our departure. The Alamegans were kind enough to invite us in these trying times. We mustn't linger so long that our presence becomes a burden. I too should be on my way. It was a pleasure and honor both to see you on the stage again, Mare. You as well, Ashran. Till our paths cross again, go in safety.
Thanks, Lemon. See you later. No, Rana.
Well, that's the last of it. Our props are packed up, and we're ready to take the road. I must say, it's a touch bittersweet knowing that this was our last performance. I suppose even the best of things must come to an end.
Yeah, I can't exactly travel with you guys everywhere.
Mr. Snatchmare will go ahead to Limsa Laminsa to secure us passage back to Rodzit Han. You'll stop by and see us off, yes? I'd like to pay you proper thanks before taking our leave of this land.
Yeah, I wonder what we're gonna do for 80. Considering this came around in Shadowbringers, I suspect they have an 80 quest for you. I wonder what it'll be, though. Since they're planning to leave, and this is Shadowbringers, I wouldn't be able to go to Thavnair with them. Hi, Silith. Constantly just standing around here in Limsa, doing whatever. Honestly, I think the Fisherman's Guild is actually either way. Just going from here will take about the same amount of time. You know, that's one thing I never have quite gotten into for Final Fantasy XIV is just like leaving my character AFKing in an area in 14 when I'm off doing other things or talking to people or whatever. I just don't really log in and leave my character standing around when I'm not playing the game.
Ash, I'm so touched you really did come to see us off. Thank you ever so much for all you've done. It was an honor to tour Eorzea with you and bring strength and succor to its people. You have my gratitude as well, Ashran. The people whose hearts you have touched will in turn inspire others. Yes, before long the dance of the damned will be but a memory. Yet until that time, we cannot let down our guard. Suppose that we extend our tour of Eorzea in the event that there are yet people in this realm who still require our aid.
Oh, so that's what they do for an 80 quest. One last dance in Eorzea.
Truly mean this, Mistress Nashmary? Ash and I can keep dancing together? In good time, Rana, yes. But Ashran is an adventurer, and one whose services are justifiably in high demand. It would not be very considerate of us to monopolize his services for our ends. So we bid you farewell for now. Rana and I will remain in Limsa, and consult with Master Gagaruju about potentially extending our tour to new locations. Pray come back and visit us on occasion, yes? Rana gets awfully lonely without company. Rana gets awfully lonely. Hey, that's the... Well, I suppose it is true. Keep dancing, Ash, and let us eagerly await the day that we can take the stage together anew. Rana gets awfully lonely without you here. Oh, finally I have the technical step. Like, I've been playing Dancer for 20 levels without actually having the full extent of Dancer's capabilities. Learned a new dance. I do need to get used to, like, how you weave that into it, like, before pulls and all that kind of stuff, because I haven't used technical finish at all yet. Undertake the next Dancer quest. You must first meet the following requirements. Shadowbringers, Courageborn of Fear, and that's it. Okay. No friends of mine won. Friends of mine. Oh, it's if they don't... Yeah, friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, then they're no friends of mine. We can dance if we want to. Yep. Got it. The hearts beat. Oh my god. I was elated to see one of her favorite young proteges return. Okay, one last quest for them. If it isn't Ashran. What a delightful surprise. And just look at that posture and poise. I can see you've not neglected your training one bit since we last parted. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the twinning, and you gotta dance for the twinning. As for us, Troop Falsium continues to tour Eorzea, bringing hope to the dejected and downtrodden. Whenever and wherever the Totentowns threatens to rear its ugly head, we were there to cast out the shadows. With tales of our performance spreading across the realm, we've had no small number of aspiring dancers knocking at our door. Training them was consuming nearly all my waking hours, but recently Rana has stepped in to help shoulder the burden. Truly, I'd be lost without her. What of you, Ashran? Have you had any noteworthy performances since last we met? Uh-huh. To and from a distant world. Journeyed in search of a legendary hero. Our voyage to distant shores, along one. See, you've had yourself quite an adventure. Though I confess the full import of your tale is quite beyond my comprehension. Still, this bounty hunter you befriended put you in quite a predicament, didn't he? Reminds me of another troublemaker I used to know. Me, a troublemaker? I may have been immature, but I only had my friend's best interests at heart. Isn't that right, Ash? Besides, it sounds like even this bounty hunter came around in the end. Kinda. He's still annoying, though. Indeed. There is a certain something about you, Ashran. Something that brings out the best in those whose lives you touch. And Rana here is a prime example. The hot-headed girl I once knew has come into her own as a dancer. A woman and a leader of her peers. Perhaps it is finally time that... Yes, I am sure of it. Ashran, Rana, there is a dilemma that has been weighing heavily on me of late, but I do believe I've finally found an answer. Pray, accompany me out of the city to Lenosha. I would discuss matters further with you away from the crowds. What crowds? Like, no one is ever here. Oh well. Summerford. Actually, I think I need to teleport there. No, I need Ethernet. Though since I have to run back to the Aetheryte, both of these are about the same distance. Oh well. I think I've seen her just standing around there before. Okay. Middle?
Oh man, the exit point for Middle Lenosha is kind of crap. Probably would have been better if I had teleported. Damn it. I got the song stuck in my head. Oh well.
Ashwin, Rana, forgive me for not sharing the news with you too sooner. As fortune would have it, Trupasiam has been invited to perform at the Mujikoza in Kugane.
Oh, they did save a Kugane one for our 80 quest. Huh.
Our patrons are willing to pay a premium for our services. The Mujikoza? You mean that I could dance on the same stage that has hosted some of the most renowned artists in all the Far East? Someone pinch me! When do we leave? As soon as we are able, and therein lies my dilemma. The threat of the Totentan still looms over Eosia, and I have a duty to train the next generation of dancers to carry on Troop Falsiam's mission. I cannot very well abandon these shores while my life's work remains undone.
My guess is Kugane's got some darkness in it too, but yeah, I get it.
And so I turn to you. Rana Miko, you have blossomed into a fine dancer and a capable leader. I would have you assume my role as principal and oversee Troop Falsiam's tour of Kugane.
Well then.
Mr. Sneshmer, what are you saying? It's the only practical solution. You would travel to Kugane to share our art with our friends in the Far East, and I could remain here to train our new recruits and deliver the people of Eosia from the throes of the Totentans. But I'm not ready for this. Still so much I must learn. You told me as much just moons ago.
And you've learned a lot.
I've seen you come far since then. No one is born a leader, and doubtless it will be a struggle at first. But you are every bit as prepared for this role as I was the day I inherited it. I could not make this offer if I did not believe this with all my heart. And yet I cannot and will not force the position on you. But at the very least, pray think upon it for a while. Me, leader and principal of Troop Falsium? I do believe Mistress Neshmera has lost her wits. I still remember the days I would trip over my own 2 feet every time I took the stage. Yet she seems intent on remaining here in Eorzea. If I refuse, the curtains will fall on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase our art on the Far East's biggest stage. Yet were I to go and fail spectacularly, I swear my mind is going in circles. Whatever should I do, Ash? It's not like me to brood and fret like this.
You're a dancer, aren't you? Let's go dance.
What are you saying? If I cannot find the answer I seek in still thought, perhaps I might find it in motion? It may very well be right. Dance with me, Ash. Show me through your motions all you have learned in your travels. Help me to clear the shadows of doubt from my mind. Stunning view, no sign of onlookers for moms. Yes, this place should serve nicely for our private performance. We dance today not for admiring crowds. Our only audience is each other. So face me, Ash. I look upon your movements in all their glory and let you inspire me to greater heights.
Dance the dance of the Greeks dance. Finally, they put like an actual dance, like animation with my character in it without me having to actually like play and fight and all that. This is great. do love this song. Well, did that clear your mind?
Thank you, Ash. Simply exhilarating.
There we go. Now let's go to Kugane. And dance the night away.
First step, I couldn't take my eyes off you. For I knew it, I'd forgotten myself. My worries carried off by the wind. You're watching me, yes? Did you think, if I truly come far, as Mistress Nashmara says?
So go even further.
So you're saying there's still room for improvement, eh? Consider the challenge accepted. Train harder than ever, and next time we meet, you'll see what I'm truly capable of. In any event, this I know more than ever. Dancing is my life, my calling. I must continue to perfect my craft. I might inspire and bring hope to others, just as Mistress Nashmara and you have inspired me. The answer is clear to me now. I may not be the leader that she was, but I will be the leader I know I can be. Thank you for everything, Ash. Let's return to Limsa to relay the news to Mistress Nashmara. You'll join me there, won't you?
I wonder if this is going to be a real short one or a longer one. Because these 80 quests are sometimes super short. Like, this may be the full extent of it, but I can't believe for a second they're not going to actually send me to Kugane to dance there. So I think it's going to be a bit longer than this. In fact, might be one of the longer ones of all of them.
Rana here came dashing into town, half out of breath. I can only assume that this means the girl has found her answer, has she not? You bet I have. May not be able to fill your toe shoes completely, but damned if I'm not going to try. Leave the tour of Kugane to me. I'm proud of you, Rana. Now go and tell the others that you must begin preparations at once. I will be along with Ashran shortly. I'm pleased with the results. Must admit, I did not expect the girl to reach a decision so quickly. What did you do to bring about her change of heart?
We danced together.
It was not with words, but through your actions that you spoke to the girl. Indeed, it is as I thought. Your very presence is a mirror that helps those around you discover their true selves. In any event, Rana owes much to you, my friend. As do I. Your Falcium is stronger for you having joined us. Come now, let us return to the others.
Don't know, don't care. All the people just like shouting out their clubs and their FCs and nonsense in chat. It's like, don't know, don't care. Star Wars Night. God. Alright then, Rana. See how you do.
Cannot say I was prepared for this. And yet, if this is how Mistress Nashmara would have it, it is far from my place to oppose. Besides, nothing in this world can last forever. At the end of one Herab comes the beginning of the next. and all of us here welcome Mistress Rana's reign. We will do all in our power to see the troop Falsium continues to flourish under her stewardship. Really, my friends, you're too kind. Let us not forget that we're all in this together. If we move forward as one, there's no limit to the heights we may reach. And with that, we must prepare to set sail without delay. In Kugane, too, there are those whose spirits sag. We must bring them hope as only Troop Falsium can. I, too, should be getting on. The Totenton threatens the return in hidden corners of the realm. And I must train the next generation of dancers to continue our fight. Yeah, there's that. You have your own adventures to return to, don't you, Ash? But don't be sad, Mistress Nashmara, you and I, even if we go our separate ways, always be united by our passion for dance. Wow, this is a short one. Our paths will cross again, I'm certain. On that day, you'll be simply astonished at the dancer I've become. Mark my words. I'm not going to Kugane, am I? This is a real short 80 quest. So do you, my rival, my friend, say not farewell, but rather keep dancing, till we might once again take the same stage. Yeah, that was a super short 80 quest. I'm surprised they didn't send me to Kugane to dance with them. No friends of mine, too. So what do we get for that one? Rift Dancer. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Oh my god, that is a pretty good one. Rift Dancer? Holy crap, that's a good one. Okay. What do I have? Didn't get... that's nothing. 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 Still working on the tombstones. Okay, technical finish. Begin dancing, granting yourself technical step. Duration 15 seconds. Action changes to technical finish, blah blah blah. All the same as the normal step. Does not share a recast timer with any other actions. Upon execution, the recast timer for this action will be applied to all other weapon skills and magic actions. It's 120-second recast. Okay, so technical step is on the 2-minute cooldown. Got it. Delivers an attack to enemies with a potency 360 of first enemy and 50% to all nearby enemies. Okay, so it gives you an attack when it's ready. And then I think you can stack standard step on top? No. Did that just overwrite? I think standard just overwrote technical. Interesting. If I recall correctly, I believe technical finish hits everyone in the party or something, right? What is improvised finish? Party members' damage absorbed increases with... What? Oh, only be executed while improvisation is... Okay, yeah, that's to end improv early. Got it. Attack to all nearby enemies. Potency varies, blah, blah, blah. To the remaining enemies, technical finish and esprit to self and party members. Oh, it doesn't say nearby party members. It just says party members. Okay, so it's your entire party, I think. Damage bonus of technical finish. Okay. So you start at the beginning of a pull with technical finish. And you ride that one all the way out. And then when technical finish is about to wear off, you start going into standard finish. And you keep that one going twice, I think? Because the first technical step will give you... How long does technical step give me? Let me wait until it's done recharging, and I'll run it again. I need to test this really quick.
Okay, it's only like 15 seconds. Oh, so maybe it does. Oh, that gives you standard finish. Oh, you don't need to. It does stack. Okay. Okay. So they do stack together. It's just that technical finish only lasted like 15, 20 seconds. So I didn't notice they stack together. And when you do the AoE attack after technical step, it gives you your first standard finish. So that'll run. And I think standard finish lasts 60. So you do technical, standard, technical, standard, technical, standard, I think is the right way to flow that. That's what it seems like. If it's on a 2-minute cooldown, then it should be technical because you get a standard off of that, and then you do a second standard of your own a minute later, and I believe it lasts for a full minute. Double check it. Yeah, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, that's actually a lot easier than I thought it would be for Dancer. It's literally just technical, standard, technical, standard, technical, standard. Just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth like that. Alright. That's not too bad. No, I don't really want to take the break. I was thinking of taking a break and getting some food and then coming back, but I'll keep going for now. I need to get to Ul'dah. Okay. I thought it might add a whole nother layer to Dancer, and I need to rework basically the entirety of kind of how I play Dancer around it, but you literally just replace every other standard finish with a technical finish instead. Anywho, that is all the Dancer stuff done, which means it's time for blue. Sorry. I couldn't help it after I said it's time. It just gets stuck in my head. Where is the Mask Carnivale again? Here. Miners Guild and Weavers Guild area. Okay. I have never in my entire time in this game played the Mask Carnivale at all. And there are some interesting blue abilities locked behind it, so I really should get going with that. So I figured I'd start it today. I don't know how much I'm going to do today, but I'll start it today. I may only do a handful of rounds. Kind of just getting into it. Blue gold. Now let's put on a show for the people. My son, something terrible happened. Martin almost killed. We told Martin he worked too hard, that he should rest. He not listen. Wanted medical care for Wallaki, but now he one who need help. Of course, Martin cannot train you. Latulja want to help, but Martin's such a great teacher that no one could possibly replace him. Is that what you were about to say? Oh yeah, the blue mage guy who, like, used it for his own gain or whatever. Please excuse my little jest. I was as sorry as anyone to hear that my old friend had fallen foul of some pit beast. In fact, I came to offer my services. Expect that Martin neglected to mention that I too am a blue mage. Both studied under the Wallaki as part of our research. While I'm not one to boast, I should point out that I took to the art like a fish to water while he floundered. Wastrak speak true. You can learn much from Wastrak. Yes, with Martin bedridden, it would be a shame for his protege to be left without a mentor. As his friend, overseeing your training is the least I can do. I'll be waiting for you at Horizon's Edge. See, I don't know if this is a separate Blue Mage quest thing, or if this is leading into it. I guess we'll find out. Let's just go with whatever I'm doing as a Blue Mage here, and we'll figure it out as we go. Oh, that's an S rank. And there's only one person there. Yeah, no. Sorry, buddy. I have a quest to get to, and if there's only one person waiting on that S rank, unless... yeah. He does have one up. Oh, these guys are in Western Thonolin, too. Sure, why not? I don't think there's anything holding me back from doing this S rank as a blue mage. Why not, since everyone's here? In fact, I'll even bring out Nuggies. Oh, there's a miner in our groups. I think there's anything holding me back from doing this. Sneaky miscote. Shouldn't need Mighty Guard. I do want to Etheric Mimicry a DPS, please. I shouldn't need to do Mighty Guard because we have plenty of tanks already. This is the one that's only usable in duties where you're like soloing it, yeah. Okay, then I am ready. It's Tingle, Triple Trident, okay. Whistle, Tingle, Off Guard, Triple Trident, I believe is the combo. So, of course, I need to get an attack in. I'm not going to do that, because I need to get an attack in quick on this thing, because S ranks always just friggin' melt once everyone arrives to fight it. Anyone else? Oh. We are waiting for a long time here. Are people still coming? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I love the people that are like, can I get an invite to a party? When it's for stuff that you usually do in PF. Let's Fable flip it. Lamb. That was easy. And done. Turio, Poetics. I think that's it. Just Poetics, because this is an ARRS, so undoubtedly it's just Poetics. Last turn. Don't let the Magitech fool you. No connection to the Empire. Well, not a direct one, at least. A company carries out work at a cerulean processing plant run by Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Perhaps some of it ends up in Imperial hands, perhaps not. As for this vanguard, it was abandoned by the Garleans outside of Castrum Meridianum. Seemed like the perfect opportunity to learn something of their technology, so I had it restored. But since we finished gleaning all we could from it, it's been collecting dust. I have no qualms about letting you smash it to pieces as part of your training, assuming you're up to the challenge. Oh, it's only level 40. Like, I didn't realize that. One hit and it's dead. So you have some rudimentary understanding of blue magic, but have you considered how, nay, whether, it serves you? But there is one thing I know that Martin at least has yet to realize. The age of sword and sorcery is coming to an end. I seriously doubt that. Surely you've seen the power the Garleans wield. The technology continues to advance while we Eorzeans cling to our ancient ways. I love him saying this because it's like a level 40 quest. Meanwhile, Garlemald has completely fallen into the story. But now we're able to keep the Empire at bay, but for how much longer? Not only one who feels this way. There are those who seek to develop airships and engines of war to combat the Imperial threat. It will not be long before the ground companies deployed Magitech units of their own on the battlefield, on the front lines. Even so, the most advanced weaponry will be worth little more than scrap metal without a steady supply of ceruleum. As we speak, the Garleans and Immortal Flames are fighting to claim the supply in northern Thornelin. Trying to tell you is that people like Martin waste their time on worthless relics of the past, fail to see the bigger picture. Future lies in ceruleum. If you ever decide you want to make a real difference in this world, I could use someone like you. Nope. No need to rush, though. Just give it some thought. Anyway, I think that's enough for one day. Let's return to Ul'dah. Wait. Oh my god, he's not here and he's not dancing. Something must be terribly, terribly wrong with the world. Hopefully he logs back on soon. Sets everything right. Strike. I have to say, I'm surprised that you made so much progress with someone like Martin as your mentor. Speaking of which, since he's still confined to the infirmary, your next training session will be... What do you think you're doing, Wastrak? Martin, Garurgeon tell you to stay in bed. Fine. True, it still hurts to walk and breathe. How can I lie there when my apprentice is trying so hard to earn a spot next to me in the arena? Needn't worry about Ash. Even without your guidance, he's well on his way to becoming a competent blue mage. Actually, while you're here, there's something I wish to discuss. Proposition, if you will. What about the lengths you're going to for the sake of the Wallaki? Why didn't you come to me? For what? You only laugh in my face as soon as you realize there's no money in it. Have you forgotten what happened when our research funding got cut? All of a sudden, you couldn't give a kern's ass about blue magic and the people who'd shared their homes with us. It's hardly fair, Martin. How could I carry on without bankrupting myself? Make no mistake, I'm as grateful to the Wallaki as you are. We may have gone our separate ways, but there's never been any bad blood between us. Since you're in no position to help anyone from your sickbed, I'd say that letting me lend a hand is your best option. Suppose you've got a point. The quicker we can produce the medicine, the more lives we'll save. My resources will be ready in no time. Alright, Wastrak. We'll do things your way. Glad we could see eye to eye for a change. If you have a large enough shipment, I'll deliver it in person to Wallaki. Yeah, he's not gonna do it out of the kindness of his heart, bro. He's gonna try and scam someone, you know it. Just don't bugger it up, you hear? Count on me, Martin. A lot at stake here, and I intend to see this through. I have a few arrangements to make first, but I'll come by for a formula once I'm done. Till then, you should get some rest. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I never thought he'd raise a finger to help anyone but himself. Maybe he does have a shred of decency after all. We'll see. Hope he hasn't been putting any funny ideas in your head, though. Still seems strange that he's showing an interest in your training in the first place. What's in it for him? Probably just overthinking as per usual. Suppose it's my fault for not being there for you. You won't find anyone, besides me of course, more qualified to teach blue magic. Unless you fancy making the trip to the New World, that is. I do, in fact, but they just won't let me. One thing I can do is tell you which spell you should be learning next. It's called Glower, one of my personal favorites. If you can master this, I reckon you'll be ready to enter the masked Carnivale. Best of luck, Ash. I may already have that. I should go back to bed if I want these wounds to heal. Since I won't be up and about for a while, you should continue to follow Latuljaw's lead for now. May already have Glower? I don't know if I picked that one up. Should be pretty simple. It's level 40. I can go grab it easily enough. The real folk blues. The spirit of the Wallaki. And Mage's attire outfit. Level 50 stuff. Okay. Have to finish the level 50 stuff to get into the masked Carnivale. Ashran learned Glower, yes? Then Ashran succeeded, just as Martin said. Latuljaa will tell Martin. You did it, Ash. You've done me proud. That's not the only cause for celebration. Received a missive saying that Wastrak was as good as his word. Huh. Medicine worked and the Wallaki is saved. Who knew? Martin, I've been looking everywhere for you. Hey, kiddo. Siada? How did you get here? Never mind that, I have something urgent to tell you. Ashran, this is Siada, the Wallaki urgent I told you about. He learned to speak the common tongue of Eorzea and... Will you listen? It's Wastrak. He brought the medicine and everyone with the disease has been cured. But he wasn't content to simply give it to us. He's used it to lay claim to Lapis Canyon. Of course he did. Why would he? Of course, the ceruleum. Lapis Canyon is sacred ground and glows a bright blue because of all the ceruleum beneath the surface. Bastard was after it from the beginning. He must be at the processing plant. Come on, Siada, let's go. Nothing stop. Very quick for a man who lie in bed for many days. Got Ashran go with him. I worry that Martin bit off more than Martin can chew. More than Martin can swallow. Or is that chew? As far as Latuljaa know, processing plant in northern Thanalan. Make sure Martin not do anything stupid. I mean, I can blow the processing plant up. Like, if he wants to lay claim to the frickin' New World, I'll just keep destroying his operations here to make it not worth it. Like, if that's the game he wants to play, first we'll see if we can talk him out of it. We can't. He's a greedy bastard. But if he wants to play the game where the only thing that matters to him is money, I'll just keep blowing up his ceruleum processing plant here over and over and over again, making him rebuild over and over again until he gives up his claim. What's he gonna do to stop me? Freaking hero of Eorzea. We gave them the medicine so you could steal Lapis Canyon. Steal? Don't speak to me like some common thief. I won't deny that obtaining the ceruleum was my primary concern, but we signed an agreement. It's all perfectly legal, I assure you. You know full well the elders can't read Eorzean. You told them that if they didn't sign the contract, they couldn't have the medicine. Besides, your laws don't apply to the Wallaki. Even so, I expect your elders to honor the promise they made, legally binding or not. Perhaps you've forgotten that the medicine was paid for and produced by my company. Before the negotiations began, I had already spent vast amounts to manufacture a large enough shipment to treat everyone. Saved your tribe from annihilation, and this is how you repay me. I've given you all a second chance to lead healthy, productive lives. Or I could just murder him. That's always an option, too. Like, just, Take advantage of our sufferings so that you could plunder the thing most precious to us. The time of my ancestors, Lapis Canyon has been at the center of our beliefs, of everything we do. Beliefs? Come now, don't be absurd. Blue substance you call the lifeblood of the planet is ceruleum, type of fuel. It's not doing any good just sitting there underground. Once I open a mine in Lapis Canyon, I hope to employ the Wallach key, offering you all an opportunity to earn a proper wage. Yeah, nobody gives a shit. You realize that you've been missing all this time, you'll soon forget about your superstitions. How bloody dare you? Who are you to call them superstitions? This is their way of life. All you want to do is destroy it for the sake of your own greed. Doing more for the Wallach key than you ever will. Giving them a chance to build a better future for themselves. They can either be part of the modern world or be left behind. I love this level 50 quest and how aggressively this guy's pushing, like, Magitech and Ceruleum when I'm in Endwalker where the Garlemald is dead and it's all destroyed. I mean, it still technically exists, and Magitech's still there, it's Ceruleum's still there, but the primary culture that makes use of it is just gone. It's not your decision to make. He's like, I'm doing so much more for them that in, you know, a couple of months when Endwalker's storyline happens, it'll be completely worthless, my entire freaking endeavor. What about the medicine? That was a product of Eorzean society. Without it, they'd all be dead. Another thing, my investor funded its production for a share of the profits from my New World enterprise. Darlings, there's no need to squabble. I admit it, I'm Wastrak's backer. All started when I told him about Martin's plan to save the Wallach key from the epidemic. So the prospect of trading with the New World sounded rather promising, though this is the first I've heard of the Ceruleum mine. Expanding into new regions often leads to resistance from the locals. This is far beyond what I was expecting. Wastrak, I don't like being kept in the dark. Seriously considering withdrawing from our deal. Said, I can see this being a worthwhile adventure, providing that the Wallach key are not being exploited. I also agree with Martin that their way of life should not be disrupted. As you can see, this leaves me with a difficult choice. Which is why I propose that the two of you settle this in the arena. Wastrak, you're a blue mage yourself, correct? I am indeed. I should warn you, Martin was never a match for me, even before he was chewed up and spat out by one of your pets. Well, that's why his protege will be facing you and will mop the fucking floor with you. Perhaps it's time for his apprentice, Azuro II, to make his grand debut. I forgot about that stupid name they gave me. I can picture it now. The ultimate clash of blue magic. Loyal disciple of the great Azuro faces a mysterious challenger to determine who's the superior spellcaster. Ash wins. I'll cut off my funding for the Lapis Canyon project. The lands will return to their original owners. And if Wastrak is victorious, Martin must act as intermediary for the Wallach key. Persuade them to agree to the development. Chris, you can do what you like with that money of yours, but you can't expect me to go along with this. Such an old-fashioned sort of fellow, Martin seems to forget that disputes such as these have been decided by combat since ancient times. I, for one, have no objections, count me in. About the Wallach key. They should be the ones to decide their own fate, not us. You're right, Martin. We have a similar tradition. When two sides cannot reach an agreement, a representative from each takes part in a contest of strength. Okay, then. Ideally, one of my people would be chosen, but we're in Eorzea. I have no choice but to ask you to participate on our behalf. Will you do it, Asher? Happy affiliate anniversary! Thank you, Wiley! I didn't even realize it was coming up, but thank you. Bye. For what is right. Thank you very much. I didn't have any plans, but luckily today I'm doing Dancer and Blue Mage, so it's all about spectacle. Put on a dance earlier, and now I'm putting on a big gladiator performance for the people. Very gallant of you, my dear friend. The crowd will lap this up. Those things first. Let's get you two into your costumes and take a look at that magic of yours. I want to know what my audience will be getting when the big day arrives. Come along. But I like my Blue Mage outfit. The Reisfelger stuff is wonderful. Why you gotta slap me in some weird, stupid outfit first? Oh well. Honestly, this Reisfelger stuff is kind of perfect for a Blue Mage. Somewhat simple and understated, not with like big flowing capes and giant collars or anything, but still nice and blue and like formal. I will be getting my first new staff though. Cane? Staff? Cane, I guess. Though, after this, which is interesting to me. And then Masked Carnivale for all the others. Once you both changed into your new costumes, I'll see you in the arena. This way, my darlings. Oh boy. What are they gonna make me wear? I wonder if it's the same stuff that Martin's been wearing lately. That's right, my dear. You ready? Oh boy, here we go. Yep, same outfit that Martin's been wearing lately. As well as the wolf head cane, which I'm guessing is the one I get from this. See, the actual Blue Mage outfits are just a little too over the top for my taste. So they're only going to show off the ones in the cutscene that I already have. That they know I have because it was part of the quest line. Oops! Just blasted the shit out of him. Oopsie. Maybe you should have been sitting there. But you missed. No, Gahiljan, I think so. Blasted him. Wonderful, my dear. It seems a new hero is born. Now it's Vostrik's turn. Pay close attention to the costume, darlings. It's my finest creation yet. Oh god, what is it gonna... She looks like a freaking mind flare. Demon. Is that even Wostrik? Yeah, that's not even Wostrak, is it? It doesn't look like him. Plus he's just floating off the ground. Did he just summon something to fight me? Well then. Such power! Dread Warlock who transcends dimensions of time and space, Azulmagia. If that's actually him? How did you get the floating to work then? Why must I be the villain? Because you are? Like... You are the villain, dumbass. Did you not notice that?
It's all part of the act, my dear. What could be more thrilling than an epic struggle between good and evil? You mean to tell me Awestruck is inside that thing?
Why is he floating? Good question, Martin.
For dramatic effect, of course. You must know it's a cerulean levitation device. Surprisingly cheap, too. Apparently, there isn't much practical application for the ability to float a few ohms off the ground.
Are you kidding me? Like, there's an entire trial that's built around us having the ability to float a few ohms off the ground being the most important thing. If I could get my hands on that for cheap, why don't you let me buy one? Still not convinced it's entirely necessary. Costume is rather more flamboyant than I would have liked. But if I'm gonna do this, I may as well enjoy myself. Show the audience what real blue magic looks like. I hate when the game is like, oh yeah, here's this device that you could totally get for super cheap that doesn't exist in the game and you can't actually have. I want to float around. That'd be cool.
So I like to hear. Sure to be a performance they'll never forget, right here at the Masked Carnivale. Not to put too fine a point on it, Asher, my dear, but I think you'd benefit from some practice before starting in the main event.
Oh, is this unlocking the... Train all you want. It'll make no difference. Lapis Canyon is mine. I love he's like, why do I have to play the villain? And he's monologuing like a villain. Like, he's the most oblivious moron I've ever met. Like, you are the villain, idiot. Everything you've been doing is villainous. Okay, so this'll unlock Masked Carnivale, I bet. And I'm guessing Azomagia is probably the final round of Masked Carnivale, or maybe he's only like the 10th round or the 5th round or something.
So you're ready to take part in the Masked Carnivale? Well, I'd recommend testing your skills against less challenging opponents before facing Azomagia. I've gathered quite the menagerie of exotic beasts, but you should choose with care. We try to call an end to the performance before either side incurs any serious injury, but as Martin will attest, accidents can happen. Once you feel confident with your abilities, say the word and I'll grant you, Azomagia, the opportunity to settle this feud. Till then, fight well, but don't do anything rash. You might struggle to find another replacement Blue Mage. Royce, she's a real piece of work, ain't she? Suppose if I'd seen this coming, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Look, dude, I haven't touched Blue Mage in like over 6 months, and I saw this coming. As soon as Wastrick showed up, I'm like, he's not doing this out of the kindness of his heart, man.
What do you know, Ashram? He's right. If only I hadn't been damn near killed in that bloody show. Could have dealt with him myself. Well, I'd like to think I'd have a chance of winning, but he was always the better mage. To be honest, though, I think you've got a real talent for blue magic. In fact, you shouldn't be scared of Wastrick. You should be scared of you. With the right spells, I reckon you'll be able to take him down a peg or two. Now, get out there and show him what you're made of.
Really, most of the spells I'm missing are, like, inside the Masked Carnivale, which is why I'm starting this. Most of the spells I'm missing are either behind duties that I just don't feel comfortable trying to do alone, or in the Masked Carnivale. I did pick up a bunch from duties that I did feel comfortable enough to do alone unsynced, like level 50 trials and stuff like that. But not all of them. I'm still missing a number of spells.
Look at me getting all worked up like that. Better head back before the Kurojin realizes I'm gone. Hopefully I'll be allowed out of the infirmary to watch some of your performances, though. Best of luck.
Awesome. A blue mage outfit I don't want, and a staff which I probably will keep. Though I'm probably not going to bother glamoring it yet. Celestian Attendant. Ara? Dungeon requirement. Dirty, rotten Azomagia. Dungeon requirement? Must be a specialty dungeon. Massacre, participate, speak with the Celestium Attendant in Onyx Lane. Here, I'm assuming, because that's where the blue mask is. Okay. Let me go ahead and pop this. I think I'm going to just discard it all, because it's not going to be desynthable, I doubt. Yeah. And I assume I can get this back from... 1,000 restricted. Yep, I can get it back from the Calamity Salvager if I want it. For whatever reason. No. I don't need any of it, though. I've already got level 60 gear for my... 70. I've got Skaven stuff, I think, for my Blue Mage, so... discard all this, because I don't really care for the outfit for glamour reasons. Like I said, I like more downplayed glamour for my Blue Mage. Still professional, still elegant, blah blah blah, whatever, but less, like, superhero. What? Cast glamour, base item level. Oh, base item level is only 1. I need to actually... I can actually just equip this. Yeah. Pop. And then I can get rid of Rainmaker. Should I hold on to this for anything? I mean, it's very simplistic. I don't think there's a reason to hold on to Rainmaker, but I'll leave it for now. Maybe I'll toss it in my glamour dresser at some point. Alright, let's get started with the Carnivale. Enter the masked Carnivale. Gentlemen prefer swords, little knight music, the me nobody knows. Huh. Okay, so these are weekly... Oh, I get it. These are the weekly targets people have been talking about with Blue Mage. Got it. Dirty Rotten Nazomagia is halfway, I think, through the Masked Carnivale. Because I think there's 50 rounds in the Masked Carnivale, so you have to complete about half of it. Alright, I could probably go in here right now if I wanted to, but... I don't want to. All's well that starts well. Slimes, Doulahans. Strong against blunt, endurance, average, opponent, slime. Strong against slashing. Should be fine. Bonus details? Oh, completed performance faster than the ideal time. Completed performance. Used between 2 and 10 unique spells. Oh, between 2 and 10. So don't use a ton of spells, but do use multiple. Restored 0 HP. Used 1 or more fire aspected spell. Spell aspected other elements were not used. 1 or more lightning aspected spell. I wonder what the bonuses give. Huh. Standard completion time 30 seconds. 1 or more fire aspected spell. And other ones were not used. Flamethrower, maybe? And all enemies in a cone before you with potency 220 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining. Maybe. That could work. Let me drop Final Sting and add Flamethrower. And I'll have Flamethrower be like the only attack I use. I should be able to do this fast. If the completion time is 30 seconds, I seriously doubt these are difficult enemies. Or not. Man, I wanted to do this without healing, but I don't think I'm going to. Yeah, it's too much. I wouldn't have been able to do this with no healing, but I could do it with only one. I didn't get that bonus, though. It's too bad. Bonus, 10 ways to die, 4 ways to die, modus, mastery of fire, that was an extra 10,000. Okay, so it increases score, but does it give you any, like, physical bonus to do these bonuses? Is it literally just, I have a bigger blue mage E-peen than you, or does it actually give you anything? Because if it's just about measuring your blue mage penis, I don't care. Like, I don't give a shit about being the best blue mage over everyone else. It didn't look like it. I didn't receive any extra actual physical bonus. I like any extra poetics or any extra seals or extra gil or anything. So I don't see the purpose to bothering with those bonuses then. Because I don't give a shit about having the highest score as a blue mage. That means nothing to me. Alright. Much ado about puddin'. Weak to earth, ice, wind. They're not immune to anything, are they? Unfortunately, yes. Ish. Okay, it's each of the different types of puddings, which means there's no real elemental perfect thing I can do here. Let's do this. Wait, does Basic Instinct work here? No, doesn't look like it. Yeah, I can't really interrupt the... Oh, that needs to be interrupted, though. That was a long one, so I'm guessing it's, like, silence or something, probably, huh? Here, take this. Triple tide. 1? Oh, God. Okay, so physical does nothing to the puddings. It has to be magic. Yeah, I need to freeze them if I want ultra vibration. Can I freeze them? Oh my god, I can freeze them. Unfortunately, ultra vibration has a much longer cooldown. Oh my god, I should redo this. I should have pulled all 3 of these puddings and froze them. I should have pulled all 3 of these puddings and then froze all 3 of them and then used ultra vibration. I think that would have immediately wiped out all of them. The whole time since my oh hey babe putting together a new chair. Oof. The fact that my basic attack that I'm using also has a stun associated with it, I don't even really need to interrupt because I keep interrupting them anyway. Boost. Man. Should be using Totem. Well, I should probably turn Mighty Guard off, actually. What the hell? Why was that taking so long to cast? One day I will do Blue Mage things. Because Mighty Guard super weakens my attacks. And right now I'm not really worried about my health. They're not doing much damage to me. But I do need the attack damage. Aha, bad breath. I think that takes longer to cast. Does that cause it to be... No? stunned out of your golden tongue. Boom. Kitty halitosis is no joke. Okay, I've got Ultra Vibration back up. I want to test it. Though if one of these is an Ice-type slime, I don't think it's going to do anything to him. But I may be able to take the other two out of the fight. Maybe, if this works the way I think it is. All three of you, get over here. Frozen, Ultra Vibration. Oh, it worked perfectly. Oh, it feels so good when you get a plan together and it works perfect. Oh my god. That's exactly what Ultra Vibration does. If an enemy is a frozen status effect, it just KOs them instantly. I didn't think about that the first round, but I got it the second round. Just deleted those enemies. Oh man, that's so good. I don't think you could use it both rounds anyway. Ultra Vibration has like a 2-minute cooldown. Almost 2-minute cooldown. Which means if I'd done it the first round, then I don't think I would have had it the second round. Although I do have level 5 Death, but that's on the same cooldown as Ultra Vibration. I wonder if those enemies were on a derivative of 5. Derivative? Denominate? No, I think derivative's the right word. Anyway. Waiting for Golem. Zapakna. Oh, it's a specialized Golem? Weak to water. Wait, can he be frozen? Slowed, paralysis, interrupted, blind. Flat damage or death. Okay. He's not vulnerable to flat damage or death, so that may remove Ultra Vibration as well. He's weak to water. I should at least swap out for some water spells then. Just in case Ultra Vibration doesn't work. I'll get rid of Perpetual Ray, I suppose. Do like it though. But I'm not gonna need it. And magic type water. I don't need any of that. Paralysis with water would be nice. I don't have any paralysis with water. What about interrupt? No. Blind? No. How about slow? Nothing slow with water. Alright, what do I have? I have water cannon. That's it. It's the only water spell I have is the basic ass water cannon, which is not very good. Let me take a look at Perpetual Ray again. What do I have that I haven't been using? Mustard Bomb. Enemies affected by lightheaded suffer damage over time. Fire damage, AoE, don't need it, but interesting to note that I had a fire spell in there. Peripheral Synthesis. Physical damage to all enemies in a straight line before you. AoE. Line AoE. Potency increased to 400 when target becomes afflicted with lightheaded and inflicts lightheaded. Oh, that's interesting. It inflicts the debuff that it needs to gain more potency. So the more you hit people with this, the more it does to them. I mean, the first time around. Once you have lightheaded, I seriously doubt it keeps stacking and stacking and stacking. Only lasts 5 seconds anyway. See, duration 5 seconds. Damage to all enemies in a straight line. Repeated use of this action in a short period will reduce the additional effect's duration, eventually rendering targets immune to lightheaded. So lightheaded is kind of like stunning. Choco Meteor. Throgmorton says it's time for a cuddle. Well, better listen. Tingle, Triple Trident. Level 5 Death is going to be worthless to me. Lightning damage with heavy. Don't need it. Unaspected damage. Potency 220. So it's really not that much stronger than Water Bolt. It has a stun. I don't think he can be stunned. HP and HP of target nearby party members removes a detrimental status effect. Oh yeah, I meant to put that one here, but I don't want to keep it on right now. That could have been useful to have in the that first fight with the poison, but it is a heal, so it would have messed with that bonus. But like I said, I don't give a shit about the bonuses. I'm not interested in measuring my blue mage EP. I just want more money or seals or something, and if the bonuses don't give me any of that, then I don't care. She also says, see my butt. Ice damage in a cone. Enemies become affected by dropsy. Wait, dropsy is damage over time, isn't it? Enemies affected by dropsy are frozen, and the dropsy effect is... Okay, that doesn't give it. Chirp. Enemies to sleep. There's multiple sleep spells for Blue Mage. Huh. Whistle, frog legs, provoke. Don't need frog legs except on a tank build. Remove one beneficial effect from all nearby enemies. I don't even know if he uses them. Lightning damage to target and all enemies. AoE lightning. Ram's voice, AoE frost. Missile. Damage equal to 50% of target's current HP. Chance of successful. No, missile would be useless here. The game already said it's flat damage. It doesn't do anything against this guy. Ice damage to all enemies in wide arc to your fore and flanks. Oh, Glass Dance is her archer ability. Yeah, that's the 270 arc friggin' bow ability that she uses. Okay. That makes sense that I got it from Shiva then. And same remaining. She's recast timer with certain blue mage skills. Mountain Buster, physical earth damage, paralysis. With Mind Blast, I do believe I can paralyze this guy, so that'll be useful. Blood drain and restores MP. I don't need to restore MP. Sleep, stun. Off guard will be useful. Flying Sardine all the time for interrupts. Stun enemies. Transfusion is basically worthless for me right now. I don't think transfusion can be used as a res either, if I recall correctly. Like, I pushed to get transfusion because I thought I could use it as like a swift cast and then res someone as a blue mage, but I don't think it can be used as a res. I think you have to use it before their health hits 0. Plus, it kills you. So it's like, you have to use it before they die, so it's not guaranteed they were gonna die without it, and it kills you, so, you know. It's kind of a shitty spell. Physical damage to all enemies in a straight line. Increase when target is afflicted with petrification, and removes petrification. I'll go ahead and throw a water cannon on, I suppose. Why not? I'll slap that there just to keep track of it. Plane Cracker, Glower. Lightning damage in a straight line. And inflicts paralysis. I don't need that, I have Mind Blast. Counters enemies with ice damage every time you suffer physical damage. Chance to slow enemies. That could actually be nice. I'm gonna go ahead and throw ice spikes on as well, just for the hell of it. Even though it's not, like, elementally weak to it. Just having a shield up with spikes that damage him. Thorns, basically, might be useful. Zapakna. Let's do this. And now we paralyze him. And then we hit him with water. Let's see if I can freeze him or ultra vibrate him. Deep freeze resisted. Okay. Ultra Vibration, is it just Deep Freeze? No, Petrification as well works for that. You can't petrify him, though. Uh-huh. Keep getting paralyzed, sucker. Here, have another Mind Blast for another 15 seconds of paralysis. Get interrupted. Get interrupted again. Like, I could just avoid that, but it's so much fun to throw a sardine at their face. He's a rock. I'd be very concerned if you could petrify him. That makes sense, yeah. That'd be very weird. Mind Blast, of course, the paralysis from Mind Blast shortens every time. Oh, that does not have like an AoE for me to avoid. Let's get rid of something called Obliterate, please. I'll just avoid this one. Let him go ahead and get that one off. Oh, it creates AoEs on the ground. That's why you interrupt it. Okay. Time to die as a buck now. So anytime I can interrupt him. Because he freaking area denial stuff. Is these protag like us? Like us. Yeah, Orin had one of the most like interesting ways of describing me ever. Like, that wasn't what I was going for, but I can't deny Orin was right. That's kind of what I look like. Generic Isekai protag man. Oh man. Alright, gentlemen prefer swords. Bats, wolves, all pretty simple. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Kraos. Weak to lightning. He can be frozen, which means I should be able to ultra... No, he's immune to flat damage, so ultra vibration won't do anything, but he can be frozen. I don't know, to me you look like one of the party members for an Isekai Protag's party. Oh god, yeah. These guys are not immune to flat damage. Okay, so the first round is freeze, ultra vibration. Second round I can do freeze and paralysis. That's gonna be mind blast and stuff like that, but I need lightning spells. Boom, boom, boom. Not fashion accessories. Blue Mage. Get rid of the water. I'm just gonna start removing stuff. Kind of annoying having things all constantly there. Alright, I need lightning and is it paralysis or fuck it, I'll just look at it this way. That has a paralysis, but it's for 6 seconds. I'd rather use Mind Blast. That is an AoE. That inflicts heavy. I don't need heavy. Potency 220, potency 220, potency 220. Reflux, I guess I'm going for. Even though I don't need heavy. Okay, so first round is Ram's Voice, Ultra Vibration. Second round I work on Reflux and Mind Blast. Anything else I desperately need that I can think of? He's immune to flat damage, so I can't use like missiles or anything like that. Should be able to poison the crap out of him with bad breath though. Alright, this'll work. Let's do it! Get Ultra Vibrationed into Oblivion. Bye-bye. I love that combo so much. Ram's Voice, Ultra Vibration, just dead. As long as they're not immune to freezing or flat damage. Petrification. I don't think I have any petrification skills, but if I could find one, I could use that to trigger Ultra Vibration as well. Alright, Kraos, let's do this. Heavy fully resisted. Okay, so he's resisting heavy, which is fine. I'm not using this ability for heavy. It's because this is the only single target electric attack I have. Oh, we got paralyzed. I better keep paralysis going then. Nope. Don't you dare. Let's just do this. Oh wow, he can be frozen. I forgot. He can get frozen, but you can't do guaranteed damage. You can't do flat damage to him. Boom! There we go. I love that he was just frozen right along the side of... Completion requirements, Mastery of Lightning. Oh, in order to get the weekly target for this, you have to do Master of Lightning. Oh my god. There's no way you can trigger Freeze or Petrify with Lightning. I doubt there's any Lightning skill that has that. Which means I wouldn't be able to just wipe the first round. I could probably do this. I could probably do that, though. Let me set myself up for it. And I should be able to hit the weekly target. Ditch, Reflux, I don't need it. Give me an AoE Lightning with Paralysis. Which unfortunately is not one of the things that Ultra Vibration can trigger off of. Mind Blast is no aspect, so I should be able to use that still. That's fire. None. That's piercing. I don't know that that matters. I need to check things. That's blunt. That's none, so I can still use that. That's none, so I can still use the dot. Okay, so I can use my dot, I can use Bad Breath, and I can use Glower and Mind Blast. I believe I can. I don't think any of those should interrupt it. Can't be using Ice Spikes for this. Oh my god. Flying Sardine is piercing type. Do we not have any way to inflict stun specifically? Not paralysis, but stun? I need to see if I have any stunning attacks. Interrupt? Wait, what? Bad Breath interrupts? I had no idea Bad Breath was an interrupt. Phase. Wait, Perpetual Ray. Oh, it's unaspected damage. Interesting. And it ignores stun resistance. Do... Perpetual Ray. This is blunt. Since that's unaspected, I might be able to use it, but I need to be careful when I use it. I need to be very careful about when I use it. Because, he has the one thing that he does that's interruptible, and I don't know what that'll do to me if I don't interrupt it. So I'll interrupt it with a stun, but this is going to take almost 3 seconds to cast, so I need to be paying very close attention to when his cast bar starts. Okay, here we go. Weak to lightning, fire, lightning. That should be fine. Wait, can I even use... Yeah, Toad Oil's fine. That's a none. Bleeding and all those effects on all of them. And Mind Blast. Lightning only. I can use Perpetual Ray though. Although Perpetual Ray takes a while to cast. I think that was a full 3 seconds or more. Oof. That's gonna be rough. I do like the music for Mask Carnivale. This is fun. Darn it, he got paralyzed there. I could have just stayed there. I don't have physical. Oh, I can do this then. Nope, he's gonna get the cast off. Yeah, he got the cast off. And there he goes again. I just can't get it. Look at all that fucking poison, man. Yeah, I just can't interrupt. It takes almost as long for me to cast Perpetual Ray as it does for him to do anything. There we go, weekly target B. At least I was constantly doing damage to him. I got the weekly target. Extra poetics and things like that. It's interesting trying to do the weekly targets, man. It's weird that you have to hit specific conditions to do it. Oh yeah, weekly target, Mastery of Lightning. Weekly target, Ain't Got Time to Bleed, 10 Ways to Die, and Mastery of Fire. Ugh. Alright, 3 penny turtles. They can be frozen, and they can be wiped. I can finish this fight in like 5 seconds. There's no weekly target, there's nothing associated with it. I can finish this fight instantly. Provided they bother to come close to me. Or are they just not going to? Come on, move. Oh my god, I may not be able to do it this way then. Alright, this is probably the best bet to... You know what? I don't know that I can hit all 3 with this. It'd be better if I hit 2. I seriously don't think I can hit all 3. Let me test it. Oh my god, I can. Ultra Vibration. Oh my god, I can't believe that hit all 3 of them. I cannot believe that AoE was that big. Whew. There you go. Like, when they wouldn't move, I was like, oh great, is this going to be a pain in the ass then? I can't believe that AoE was big enough to hit all 3. Single stage, 5 stages. Maybe I'll try to get to like 10 today. Yeah, maybe I'll try to get to 10 today. Eye Society. They can be paralyzed. Those cannot. These guys can have flat damage done to them as well, so I could wipe them at least. I could wipe most of these guys as well. Arena Catoblepas. Average endurance. Blah, 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 blah. So I have to fight the Catoblepas, but I could wipe these guys. And I could wipe most of the guys in the second fight. I don't know how long the fight with the Catoblepas is going to take. think it'd be more useful to me to wipe. I think it'd be more useful for me to wipe these guys. Because I have to fight 2 enemies here. And then maybe I'll have Ultra Vibration back up by the second act, but I don't know about that. That's a very iffy thing. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. I think it'll pay to wipe the 2 Mandragores in front in the first one, and then see if Ultra Vibration's back up by the second round. Boys, who wants to fight? Oh, they don't. Okay then, let's just do it this way. Are you kidding me? That wasn't far enough for that one? Oh, now he wants to move. Sweet. Are you kidding me? I can't just not do this? Ugh. Bored now. Oh, they can blind me? Does blind make it so I can look at a gaze attack without any problem? Because that'd be interesting. Let's see. Yeah, it does. That is interesting. The Mandragores can blind me while the Catoblepas have a gaze attack. Should have let that fight take a little longer. Might have actually been more helpful to me. To get Ultra Vibration back up first. Let's just focus on the Catoblepas, and when Ultra Vibration is back up, I'll go ahead and use it against the enemies. Now. Wiped! Wait, why did the Mandragora not die? I thought the Mandragoras could be frozen and Ultra Vibrated. Oh well. Still finished the fight. Whatever. I thought the Mandragoras weren't immune to it. Yeah, they're definitely not immune to it, because I killed one of them with Ultra Vibration in the very first round. I just didn't get the second one. We'll see. Porous Slime. 3 rounds. Lava with ice sprites. Ice and lava. Oh, this is going to be about pulling, isn't it? Gladiatorial Node. I think this one's going to be about using Sticky Tongue to pull things around. Suppose we'll see. Which one should I hit first? Yep, that's what you do with it. That's what you do with it. I see where it's doing now. So it's massive damage. No reason to even use Toad Oil. I just need to stay out of its area of damage, basically. Yeah, this one's all about, like, pulling them into zones where they'll blow up and take everything with them, kind of thing. See? Oops. Crap, he's stuck against the wall now. Yoink. I wonder if I can just throw an interrupt to blow him up. No, I do have to throw something else. That's too bad. If I could just chuck an interrupt and instantly pop him, that'd be great. I don't know that that's close enough. Does it go through the wall? Yes, it does. This is a weird round, but it's interesting. Let's try here. Let me stick it down on one. Okay, what's this one now? Gladiatorial node. I seriously doubt I can pull the nodes. Can he even hit me from there? Let's see if it just kills me. Okay. Yep, that did damage to it. Big damage. You have to hit each of them like 3 times. Okay. Oh, I may be too close to him for that. I need to be careful how close I get. I need to make sure I get far enough away to not get hit by them. Pop. There we go. It's such a weird fight. Bye-bye. Did that all with 2 spells. I wonder what the weekly challenge for that looks like. Because that must be interesting. Vomity of errors. Bunch of explosives, but I can... Oh, I can only ultra vibrate the red ones. I can't get the blue ones. Weak to fire. They are vulnerable to flat damage. I can't ultra vibrate them because I can't freeze them, but I could use missile to do flat damage on them. Then I assume this one's about blowing them up with... What level are they? This may be a level 5 death thing. This may actually be a level 5 death thing. Don't need Glower. Get the Perpetual Ray again. Toss Glower. Give me... level 5 death. I think this will work. Missile will be able to do flat damage to them, but I think level 5 Death may do it. I'm worried about being too close to them when they explode, though. Because I'd like to run right into the middle and try like a level 5 Death to just wipe this entire party, but they may blow up when they explode, and I'm thinking that because Act 2 has the big one, and it's surrounded by these blue ones, and I think you're supposed to pop the blue ones to do damage to it, is what I'm guessing. But we'll have to see. So I may kill myself this first round. Yep, they're level 50. Yep, they pop. They do in fact pop when you blow them up. Good to know. They do in fact explode when you blow them up. Alright, so the first round I can finish by triggering the red ones with Ultra Vibration. I think, no, wait, Ultra Vibration is near me. I need the small Cherry Bomb then. Yep, that did it. I didn't even need to. All I needed to do was trigger that first small Cherry Bomb and he set everything else off. Wow, that's impressive. Let me see what this looks like. Okay, so they're hidden. Oh, I see what I'm supposed to be doing here. Trigger the small Cherry Bombs to trigger the big blue ones which hit the boss. Is that even doing damage to him? It's really not. Let me pop these guys then. And then run in. And Ultra Vibrate. No. He's immune to it. I think I need to trigger all 3 of them at the same time, but I don't know how to do that. Maybe if I triggered all 3 at the same time, it would have damaged this boss in such a way that it would have wiped him. You just wasted all my effort, jackass. It actually built up to like a big hit against him, and then he had to go and use an ability that I had to interrupt. Oh well. I feel like there was a trick to this that I didn't quite hit, and I'd love to figure out what that is. But I think there was a way to like pop this second round in such a way as to just wipe everything out too. It fished. Probably could have finished that cast. Also, is he flat damage? No. That's why Ultra Vibration didn't work on him. Got it. Not surprised that the big boss of the group doesn't let Ultra Vibration work on him. Let me wait until the interrupt thing comes by again. I'll interrupt him first, because usually there's a long time between those casts, and I can get off my full combo in there. He won't burst again for some reason. There it is. Now I can do it. Whistle. Tingle. Lock guard. triple trident. I don't know if this will do any damage to him, but oh yeah, it did. I should finish the Perpetual Ray cast when he does a Saps, because Perpetual Ray does a stun as well. So I can actually knock him out of that sap with Perpetual Ray. I need to remember that. Yeah, this fight definitely wasn't supposed to take this long. There was some, like, trick to just wipe the whole second round there that I was missing. But that's okay, it's not a weekly target, so as long as I get the fight done. It is interesting to try and figure out what that was, though. Let me see. So we popped the first one, that popped everything else. And this one we have... no flat damage, paralyzed, frozen, strength size. Yeah, I don't know what the trick was supposed to be here. I suppose I could have just been meant to use these to freeze him to buy myself like 10 seconds where I could attack him without getting attacked back? Maybe? But the way they have this arena laid out in this puzzle-like pattern here makes me think there's some trick to just like instantly blow up everything in the second act as well. Don't know. Kill a Mocking Slime. Yamav. So it can't be taken out with flat damage. That's pretty much expected. Strong against slashing, piercing, blunt. So focus magic. This seems like a straight up fight. Can be slowed, interrupted, and blinded. This does seem like it's just a straight up fight. Triple trident combo will be useful. I think I wanted to get to 10 because one of the abilities I really want is left behind 10. I think that was it. Do I have anything that slows? Yep, I can do that. I can also put the shield on myself. Do I have anything that blinds? Bad Breath, again. Bad Breath is really the go-to if you want any abilities, debuffs. He's immune to flat damage, right? Yeah, so I can't just death him. And I can't ultra vibrate him. And... Bad Breath will inflict basically every status I can inflict against him. Okay. This is just a straight up damage fight. Here we go. Get interrupted. Oh, Christ. I need to lead him around the arena, don't I? I need to lead him around the arena because he's doing all this dumb shit. God. I need to focus the boss, don't I? Oh no, the darks do disappear after a while. The problem is I'm not able to fight these enemies off in the amount of time it takes to the next one to spawn. Okay, just keep the darks going around the arena then. How'd I get interrupted? Oh, because he died. Makes sense. Damn. Fight is annoying because he just keeps summoning more and more and more. Like, I can't do any damage to him, otherwise I just get surrounded by them and killed before I can do anything to him. What am I supposed to be doing here? AoE maybe? If I at least do some AoE damage. Plus I'm going through my healing too fast. If I do some AoE here. Oh hey, I can at least ultra vibrate this one to death. Do any damage? He has a slime after all. No, it does one. That entire triple trident freaking combo I built up to is basically worthless against him. Wonderful. I forgot about the fact that it was a slime, so pretty much pointless. I think that's all of the ads. I guess he had a limited number of ads. So I just keep leading them around the arena, dropping the darks at the edge. Problem is all of this builds up for potency to physical. Yeah, physical damage, physical damage. This one is not physical damage, so I can just keep using that one, but a lot of my other stuff is. Keep the dot up. Keep these debuffs up. Okay. Woo, barely. I'm assuming Golden Tongue is probably a silence. Oh my god, and I took the damage anyway, so why bother? That was fucking stupid. Moved just in time to interrupt my own cast, but too late to not take the damage. Friggin' snapshot. There we go. Bit of an annoying fight. Probably a much faster way to deal with that, but got it done. Now let's see if I even want to try for the weekly challenge here. Single act, single enemy, same vulnerabilities, no quick kill, mastery of fire. Mastery of fire. No aspect. No aspect. I can still use these two, but don't pull him. These are all, like, aspected, right? Piercing, yeah. Yep. I will not need that. Or... I don't really need Etheric Mimicry. I don't want to take it off because it's very useful, but I don't need it for this. None. Can't ultra vibrate this guy. So I don't need Ram's voice either. Fire. Flamethrower. Target and all enemies near it. Cone before me. 220. 220. Enemies affected by light-headed suffer damage over time. I really wish I could search off of text. Because light-headed isn't the sort of thing that has a debuff that I can just select. And I don't know if I have any abilities that trigger it. Harmonize, slow, paralysis, petrification. Interrupt, poison. Do I have anything that triggers lightheaded? Magic damage taken by all nearby enemies. None. Peculiar light could be useful. But it might share a recast timer with that. We'll see. One beneficial effect from all nearby enemies. Enmity, that's a provoke. That's physical. Don't need it. Enemies to sleep. Northerlies. Nope. Heavy. Mimicry. Healer. Stun. I don't have anything that triggers lightheaded. Oh. No, this is blunt damage type. The problem with these elemental bonuses is I don't know if that only means the elemental damage types or all damage types, right? I might be able to use this blunt spell and still get that Mastery of Fire bonus. That may be possible. But since the damage type is anything other than fire, I'm wary of doing that. Let me check the bonuses again and see if it says it in a way that's easier to read. One or more fire-aspected spells. Spells aspected to other elements were not used. It says elements. I think I could still use physical spells. Because it says elements. It doesn't say... I don't know. Man, I just don't know. I'll try it. I'll try it. And if I don't get the bonus, I don't get the bonus. So I need Peripheral Synthesis, which is a line AoE, which gives me lightheaded. And then I need Fire Mustard Bomb, which is another AoE, which will trigger off of lightheaded to create a dot. And if I don't get the bonus, then I don't. I can still use Mind Blast. I can still use Ethereal Spark, which will be another dot. That's nice. I can still use Bad Breath. All of those are none aspected. I can still use Off Guard, which shares a recast timer with Peculiar Light. That's the problem with it. 57, 57, 90. Magic damage taken by all nearby. Okay, I can see what the difference is there. Yeah, this sets one enemy off guard by 5% for any damage, but this is only magic damage, but it's all enemies nearby. So I really don't need Peculiar Light here. This is a single target fight. Let's just get rid of it. I rarely ever need Peculiar Light. I'll go with this. Go with this. So I want to do Peripheral Synthesis into Mustard Bomb. That's my combo for this one. And could try the... No, I can't Tingle. But I could Whistle Off Guard Triple Trident. If I'm going to be using physical attacks anyway, I could do the Triple Trident, but I can't use Tingle. And then we'll see if physical attacks get in the way. Who knows? Prom Dub.
Hello there.
Hello, Kitsu. Hit him with any effects I can hit him with. Hit him with this. Whistle. Off guard. Triple Trident. Rain. And then Peripheral Synthesis into Mustard Bomb. Oof. Nope. Oh, wait. No, I just screwed myself. Yep. Mostly by running E8S 5 clears. Everyone has mass now. Now I won't even know if it was the physical abilities that threw me off or not, because I just screwed myself. I immediately used Flying Sardine to interrupt him, and that's water aspected. Okay, we've reached a point where he's fully resisting. He's fully resisting lightheaded now, so... I should have been using Bad Breath to interrupt. Or Sticky Tongue to interrupt. Either of those would have worked. Because Sticky Tongue is physical, but unfortunately Sardine is water aspected, so that's already screwed me over. To him? That did nothing to him. Okay, I can't paralyze him. I can, however, poison him. That's interesting. Can it damage down, really? Mustard Bomb. That dot up as much as I can. Did I really just... I always forget Bad Breath goes where you aim it, not at the enemy you're targeting. But either way, at least I'll be finishing round 10. Which means I should get access to that spell I wanted. I don't even remember what it was at this point. Boom! Smoking 3. Not completed. Yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, I used the damn fish, which definitely screwed me up. Even if the physical attacks were not messing me up there, I would have liked to know that once and for all. Whether the physical attacks mess me up, but since I used a water aspected... Oh no, wait. It's not water aspected. Its damage type is piercing. Well, then that tells me. That tells me right there. When it tells you to use a particular aspect, it means only that aspect. I could only use fire and none aspected stuff. Even the physical aspected ones were screwing me up there. Okay, so I do know. Which means my only method of interrupting would have been Bad Breath. Which is possible, but it takes a while to cast, so I need to pay attention to his cast bar. So that I can get Bad Breath off in time. Okay, let me put Mustard Bomb there. I don't need to get rid of the other stuff. I just need to be very careful with what I use. Be very careful with what you use. Wait, there were 2 other bonuses. I may not have done those. 2 and 10 unique spell types. That's easy enough. Restored no HP. I didn't do any healing in that fight. So I should have been fine. Mastery of Fire should be the only thing I didn't get there. Mastery of Fire should be the only thing that's in my way there. Alright. So I can only use the Mustard Bomb. Technically, I can use Perpetual Ray as well. And it has a stun. I'm going to go ahead and use Perpetual Ray. It's a single target and it has a stun. This will not give any effect whatsoever now. This is none. This is also none. Nope, bad breath. Interrupt. Be very careful with that. Aerial Spark. Keep that dot up as much as I can. If I'm not going to be able to heal, then I need to be very careful about avoiding all mechanics. Always interrupt. Never give him a chance to get an ability off. Nope, bad breath first. Interrupt, and then the dot. Luckily, King's Will takes him a while to cast, like 5 or 6 seconds, so as long as I see it come up, I can use that breath plenty of time. I also need to make sure I position for bad breath, too. Because bad breath goes where you're aiming, not what enemy you're targeting. There it is. We can do this. I'm taking a bit more damage than I'd like. And to make sure to keep this dot up as often as I can. Not let it go down any more than I absolutely have to. Because this is kind of a DPS race between me and him. Since I can't heal. Nope, not enough time. Keep the dot up. Get out of the way. Yeah, I'm winning this DPS race. Currently. As long as he doesn't just decide to use melee attacks against me too often and keeps focusing on using abilities against me, I should be okay. Because I can dodge abilities. Those melee attacks are a bit of a pain, though. When he just autos me down, that does some decent damage. There we go. This should be it. Weekly target A. Got it. More allied seals and poetics. I can see why people do the weekly target things for the blue mage. Because here's a bunch of seals, here's some poetics, doesn't really matter. But like, here's a bunch of seals, there you go. Just for doing like 2 or 3 rounds in the masked carnival each week. Okay. Where do I get the ability from? Because round 10 is supposed to be where you get the next ability from. Seattle? Your heals jar? Yep. Moon Flute. That was the one. That was the one I desperately needed, is Moon Flute. All of the biggest, most damaging setups for Blue Mage use Moon Flute. That was the one I wanted. Moon Flute. Like, all of the end-game Blue Mage setups use Moon Flute. And I just didn't have it yet. Grants the effect of Waxing Nocturne, increasing damage dealt by 50% and movement speed by 30% for 15 seconds. When effect ends, the player is afflicted with Waning Nocturne, preventing the use of auto attack, weapon skills, spells, or abilities for 15 seconds. All of the huge Blue Mage things are like Moon Flute into Final Sting or Self-Destruct, and you just blow yourself up anyway, so who cares? Kind of thing, right? And you just do insane amounts of damage. That goes there. And that, I think, is where we will finish the stream for today. I've got, hopefully, some food left waiting for me downstairs. I guess we'll find out. Let's go over to Twitch and let's see who's streaming. find ourselves a place to go. Donnie, Monster Rise, Hunter Star Rail, Jedi Fallen Order. Wait. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order? Isn't that the first one? I thought the new one that was out now is like Jedi Survivor or something like that. Or am I wrong? We'll see. Genshin. Oh, nobody's really doing 14 today. Helios and no. Let's see, who do we want to show some support to then? Not so much. Let's see. Not as many of the people that I follow that are streaming today. I mean, there's still plenty, but not a lot of the people in the community. Huh. Interesting. Oh, Streamiversary, huh? Oh, I know why everyone's playing Star Wars games at least today. Yeah, May the 4th. Boy. Keep forgetting about that. Yeah, let's go ahead and go there. We'll go ahead and go say hi to Barnsey today. Who's doing a Streamiversary and May the 4th and a bunch of other stuff as well. Oh wow, that's a rather large number of viewers I have there for the raid. Interesting. It's pretty large for one of my raids. Anyway, if anyone does get left behind by the raid, that's where we're going. I will see you guys this weekend. Normal times. 3 p.m. Pacific time. Pacific Daylight time. I think we're still on. For more raiding. P5S, P6S. Hopefully getting pretty close to the clear on both of those, but we'll see. It's been a week or two since we did P5S, so some people may have forgotten some stuff. But hopefully, fingers crossed, we at least get the P6S clear this week, because we were all the way up to Enrage last week. Anyway, we'll see you guys this weekend, and I'll probably do more Blue Mage stuff at some point, but who knows. 6 months since the last time I played Blue Mage. Maybe in another 6 months, I'll do the rest of the Mask Carnival stuff. Anyway, I'll see you guys this weekend. Later.